Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. This is office hours. For those of you who don't know what office hours is, it is a live stream that I do on Thursdays, generally speaking. I am very small. Let me change my camera real quick. I am very small. Very small. There we go. Now I'm big. Very big. Where we talk about Star Citizen. So we go over Star Citizen lore, news, and more.
You can take away
and we're
my
starting off with the parties.
Away my space
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Jen and Tanak just resubscribed for 56 months.
Thanks so much, Jen and Tanak, for that 56 months of support. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. How you doing, Jen? God darn it. So. Yep. .24 Evocati was released yesterday. Here's the problem. 3.24 Evocati is closed now. Let's read the message of the day here. It's always a good idea to check out the message of the day, just so you understand what's going on. So that I expressed this about Waka and K Winters and Bayer and all those sorts of wonderful folks that like they really do help give us a lot of context. Because I mean, I get it that a lot of people are mad about X, Y, or Z, and they're like, "Well, I'm waiting for this, and they've been delaying this," and it's like, yeah, well, if you look at the message of the day on Star Citizen testing chat, you almost always will know exactly what's going on. They won't tell you exactly what's delaying something, but they'll tell you like, hey, it didn't work for some reason. Sometimes they will go over that. So, for instance, for this one, you go to Star Citizen, you go to Spectrum. I know that's always a bad place to go, but There we go. All right. Doing okay, Oscar. How you doing? So you go to Star Citizen testing chat. So you go here. You'll hear people, it's Spectrum, so you'll hear people trolling about nothing and being stupid. But if you go up here to the top right, you hit channel info, and I'll tell you all you need to know about the message of the day. So we've got Thursday. We're currently cooking a new 3.24 build for possible Evocati published later today. If all goes well, this build will continue to stay up on PTU. 3.24 Evocati build is currently closed. So they had that point and they closed. We found some of the crashes on startup with Vulkan enabled due to Radian's image sharpening. If you're crashing on startup while using Vulkan, try disabling this feature. AMD are currently working on a fix for a driver release, for a later driver release. So this is updated almost every day, if not every day. Usually not every day on the weekends. Usually on the weekends they thankfully have time off, but this gives you an idea. They're also doing a hotfix server. So like right now they have a hotfix server, which is for live, where they're doing a bunch of fixes for live before they go out there. So Spectrum is scary. They punch puppies and kittens in there. Yeah, they're pretty awful in Spectrum. Not gonna lie. It's kind of awful in there. Hopefully you can still hear me. There we go. I'm trying to make it so you don't see the boom arm as much. Can you still hear me? Let me double check my mic. Mic says it still hear me. That's good. So yeah. It's only about 8 people who are awful, but the mods are friends with them, so these 8 get to pollute chat forever. That's not what I understand about Spectrum. What I understand about Spectrum is that CIG is doing their best to try to present themselves as being as open to discussion as possible. But as a result, many people in the community take advantage of that and decide to just be little shit asses and just constantly like bombard chat and Discord, you know, Spectrum chat, not Discord, Spectrum chat and Spectrum like forums as like with just heinous dumb shit. It gets very brigaded, yeah. And there are a lot more than 8 bad people. Trust me on this one. I tried making a crystal interesting post on Spectrums, got bullied with middle fingers and clown emotes. I mean, I popped onto a chat once and just said hello, and I had like 10 people just immediately like hit me with clown emotes as response. Like, I just said hello. Who the fuck are you? And then they continued to harass me throughout most of my time there. It's like, this is the kind of shit that gets you like banned on social media. CIG is very lenient with this sort of thing. The click on Spectrum has very little regard for content creators. The click on Spectrum has very little regard for anybody but themselves. Maybe it's the way you say hello. No, no, not at all. It will always be like 4chan levels of stupid. And Shimpasta, the reason why there's still no word is because they're currently working on a build, which tells me it's either going to be available today, like in 2 hours, or tomorrow. Is an opinion that disagrees with another inherently stupid? What? What are you talking about? The point of Spectrum is supposed to be where you discuss the game. But usually the opinions on Spectrum are CIG is hiding and lying to you, hiding some facts and lying to you, that anything that CIG does is the worst thing known to mankind, especially if CIG doesn't update something like the moment they say so. It's a fucking conspiracy, you know? And anytime something changes in the game, you know, that gets changed at all, it becomes the worst thing ever. Very rarely do you have any sort of like productive discussion on Spectrum. I mean, there's the famous case, I think Mike used an alt to post a suggestion And because Mike used the alt to post a suggestion, he got a bunch of upvotes and kind of stuff. And then Mike changed his to the exact same opinion on his account, and it got downvoted to oblivion, or not downvoted, but it got trolled and trashed on. And then Mike pointed out, revealed that he made the same post in 2 different accounts with the other account first, and it got no responses, and it got no negative responses. And the answer is like, yeah, because Spectrum is a hostile community where they don't actually discuss anything. They just shit on everything and pretend it's good. Streaming earlier than usual. Yeah, we're going to be streaming a lot earlier than usual tomorrow too, because tomorrow we're going to be doing some Zero to Hero, but I'm going to be doing my pubathons. So originally I was going to do a pubathon for 3 days, but for those of you who don't know, next week I'm not going to be here at all. I'm taking next week off because I'm going to go visit my family. My wife's family, and my mom and my sister, and a lot of my extended family all live in Tennessee. So we're going to be traveling up to Tennessee to go visit them over the next week, the 4th of July week. So I won't be back again until like the 7th. So Spectrum is social media in the end. It is. They very much do, and they get shocked when you liberally apply a block feature. Mods get upset you even mention blocking people. I just wish that it would the block would work so that you don't have to see when they post. I don't want to see them ever if I block somebody. Oh, I got you, Axis. The thing is that Spectrum didn't like the forums didn't used to be that bad. The original forums and the original chat roll were fairly decent, and then as Star Citizen began to grow, a lot of opinions became immediately shat upon. So people moved to Reddit. And then my experience with Reddit is that Reddit, as Star Citizen began to grow, you got even worse sort of garbage. So. Latest update from Wikipedia. 3.24 PTU update incoming shortly for Evocati members. We're currently intending on leaving the build up consistently, pending any major issues. So they were just released right now. If you have Evocati, go play. You want to see? Boom.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space.
Yes, the new cargo elevators 3.4 before. Do the patch notes and we'll talk a little bit about it.
Dry Khan just resubscribed for 32 months.
Thank you so much for that 32 months of support there, Drycon. You're a very important pub, a very impressive pisser of any pedestrian. This is your fault. These are drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I stopped posting on Star Citizen Reddit. Even comments get you treated like you told them you love to euthanize puppies. There's no point. Like, I stopped posting on the Star Citizen Reddit like years ago. I still use Reddit every so often. Still use it for a lot of like just bored trolling sort of thing. But yeah, like generally speaking, yeah, it's not a good place to have discussions, sadly. Where can you find my fleet? I don't post my fleet because I don't barely even know my fleet. I can tell you the generic idea of what I have, because most of the stuff I have is like giveaway stuff. But if I pull up my ships, count my hangar. All right, so I have the UEE Exploration Pack 2948, which has a Dragonfly, a Mercury Star Runner, a Cutlass Red, a Freelancer Miss, and a Perseus. And then I also have a Argo MPUV, but that was a referral bonus. A Dragonfly, which is a referral bonus. So I didn't pay for anything for those. A Nova Tonk. I won an arrow, so I have an LTI arrow that I won from a contest. And I got a Freelancer Max LTI that I won from a contest. And I have a Corsair that I purchased and a Banu Merchantman with LTI. So really the ships that I purchased are the Banu Merchantman, the Drake Corsair, the Dragonfly, Mercury Star Runner, Cutlass Red, Freelancer Miss, and Perseus. And like most of those were just in a package that can consolidate stuff. So yeah, but I also have things like the Redeemer, which I got because it was because I hate the Redeemer. And I can't melt it or give it away. But yeah, like I also have things like I have the Alien Week 2954 giveaway. I have a Pulse plus Dominion paint. I have 2 MPUV tees. I've got an Invictus giveaway with a Firebird. I've got a standalone Sulin, and I've got a Fury from ILW. I've got an Ares Inferno. I've got an Ares Ion. I've got yeah, and you know, everything else is normal. So yeah. I wonder how many Perseuses are out there and whether the popularity will impact its balancing. The thing about the Perseus that you really need to understand, based off of, and as I've often said, the lore is often dictates the game and our gameplay. And what I mean by that is the writers aren't coming up with gameplay decisions. What's happening is that the developers are coming up with the ideas for the ships that they want. And then the writers are taking that idea and then turning it into lore. So we can learn a lot about what the purpose of the ship is based off of the lore behind that ship, because that is influenced by what the gameplay designers have decided in the first place. So of course they can change their minds and things can change. It's happened with things like Drake ships, especially with a lot of the early ships. They've changed their some of their design ideas. But the general idea of the Perseus is that the Perseus is a 100-meter ship which will handle like a capital ship. It will be slow, it will not be very maneuverable, and it will be very easy to find, to shoot. It will be a gigantic kite. Like, it'll pancake real hard. You will be able to absolutely just fucking wreck that thing. It only has like 2 guns, I think, that are point defense guns, so it doesn't have very good fighter and bomber defenses, and it won't be able to shoot down many torpedoes because it's really not designed to be fighting against fighters. It's going to be designed to fighting against large ships. So it's one of those ships that is vulnerable to small craft. That's where its balance comes in. It's going to be slow, easy to hit with like fighters and bombers, but it'll be harder to punch through because it's got heavy armor. Do I have a Javelin referral? Pfft, no. I don't have that many people. Do I think we'll see furniture stores and department stores in game? Yes. Do any Evos know if we're getting placeable gun racks for hangar furniture in 3.24? I haven't seen it myself. But let's look at the patch notes so we can get the idea. All right. This patch does not contain all the intended features, which will be added iteratively to the notes as they become available. Additionally, some features may be implemented in a partial state or not ready for testing. When those features are reached a playable state, will be detailed on the notes added in the testing focus. So right now it's personal instance hangars, freight elevators, storage access, hover trolleys, and hangar decorations. So we are getting hover trolleys this patch. Not ready for feedback, cargo hauling, cargo commodities, and the dynamic event. So these things will be added later, but they need to get these things working first, which is, I mean, I really want cargo hauling missions, but I get the idea. So features, gameplay, added carry lower FPS weapon. So there's a bind for it, and updated inventory container icons. Increased overall spread values for vehicle cannons and reduced vehicle laser damage by 10%.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
You're never gonna get.
Rishto Squared just resubscribed for 7 months. Ye Rishtos 1 Banu cheers.
Thank you so much there, Risto, for that 7 months of support. You're very important, Bubber. Very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking that. Shots, cheers, and guys. Shots and cheers. All right. So, yeah, there's... am I Evocati? Yes, I am. Will I play this game live? No. I'm not going to play Evocati live because I'm not stupid. Hey, Dr. Reanimate, how are you doing? Until CIG, people bitch about it and CIG add more guns to make it faster. Nah, Vast, I don't think so. The Perseus is going to have a unique situation because the Perseus is not coming out until after 4.0 is out. Probably not until after, what is that whole thing? The dynamic, the Maelstrom stuff. Thank you for pub being open. Hey, here to entertain you. Cortec, Vulcan performance, reuse the GPU buffer instead of recreating them to improve performance and memory fragmentation. So better performance for Vulcan. Bug fixed, a bunch of bugs, and technical. I don't remember seeing... Let's go to patch notes. We could probably find it before... 3 hours ago. Didn't they have one? 6 days ago. Okay, here we go. So here's what's in part of 4.0 or 4.0, 3.24. 3.24 fundamentally changes how players interact and organize with their belongings, from cargo to items to ships. Freight elevators will introduce a new mechanic for retrieving and storing larger items at various locations. Hangars now be instanced, and in case of personal hangars, persist with everything within them. Ships are now spawned via the ship elevator, and item banks now replace the omnipresent local inventory. To connect these updates with the other existing content, we've also introduced hover trolleys and hangar decorations. Personal and instance hangars. Introduce of a new tech that creates instance of player's hangar to allow for uninterrupted management of cargo, inventory, and vehicles. Personal hangars are found at the player's home location and allow for customization and organization of the hangar interior. All hangar types are instanced, meaning if they're able to physically stack on top of each other in the same location without interference. What that means is that if you come in, hey, Dr. Silver, thank you so much for becoming a member. I don't know why is YouTube not working? There it comes.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
No, Joypop just comes in.
My space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Joypop_ just resubscribed for 24 months.
24 months, Joypop. 2 years. You were a very important pupper, very impressive pisser of any pedestrian. This is your fault. We're drinking. I trust and cheers and get y'all. Trust and cheers. Platinum bays are now gone? I don't know. Not that I know of. So, basically, if you're in Hangar 2, so you go to, say, Seraphim Station, and they give you Hangar 2 at Seraphim Station. You go to Hangar 2, it opens up, you fly in, you land, and the door closes. And then somebody else comes in, and they also get Hangar 2. But the door, even if you're still in there, the door opens, and now that your ship is gone. Your hangar 2 is now in a different instance, and their hangar 2 is now there. So there's now layering of instances for that hangar. You could, in theory, have every single person on the server be in one hangar 2, and it would still work. Storage is still the same. You can send items to storage and then pull the items on your hangar lift. Yes. So hopefully that makes sense. That that's what instance hangars means. Why is this important? Because this is something we at least I've talked about a lot because I'm stupid and I've got problems. But you heard we can buy beanbags. Ooh, fancy. Storage is still the same. Oh yeah, we saw that. So one of the things that I've been worried about is scaling. Like everyone wants to talk about 1,000 player, 10,000 player servers, but I'm sitting here going, the logistics of 10,000 player servers fucking scares me. Because what are you going to do at a landing zone which has, let's say, 50 landings, 50 hangars, when 10,000 people show up for IAE? When the entire shard shows up to one landing zone for IAE, that's 10,000 players. Even if all of them are half of them are in multi-crew ships, so they come in with multi-crew, that's still 5,000 people in a landing zone that has 50 hangars. How the fuck are you going to do that? And on top of that, there's going to be NPCs who are coming and going in the future too. How do you do that? Because while that doesn't matter right now, it does matter when you get to that point. And you don't want to just say, oh, fuck it, forget it, let's figure out something else. Let's worry about other things and then come back to this. That's not how this works. This is the part where you need to build it in. And that's one of the answers. How they're going to do it is instancing. How they're going to do it? They're going to fake it. Yeah, they're going to instance the environment. Hey, Cuban. What about hangar types? And that's the thing. So there's different types of hangars, and what CIG has always said was that each of those hangars are going to be in different locations. So if you have a hangar in the future, so if you have a business hangar, or what is it, the Aeroview hangar, or the Revel and York hangars, those hangars will be at specific locations. So if you want to put those hangars down, your free hangars, somewhere else, you can. Those are basically free personal hangars. You'll be able to, but only at specific locations that support that hangar. I think right now, all of the hangars at Orison are Aeroview hangars. Same with Microtech. But all of the hangars in stations, and I want to say Lorville and our Area 18 are all the basic hangars. So, yeah. As soon as 200 players fill up the server around Microtech, a new server will handle 200 and so on. That's not how CIG is going to work. They're not going to layer the servers on top of each other for that situation. CIG wants the ability to have 10,000 people in one server. What I mean is, when you go to a landing zone, how do you deal with 10,000 people all wanting to land? The answer is instanced hangars. So not instancing the server, you're instancing the hangars. So it might take a while for everyone to land, but there might be 4,000 people in hangar 2. But each hangar 2 is a different instance of hangar 2. Hey, Raider Echo. No asteroid hangar at Orison, exactly. And sizes, that's kind of my question for melting a big ship or type of hangar. I wouldn't go out and buy hangars because I think CIG is going to start tearing back on a lot of that. But the idea that the reason why every ship comes with a hangar is because CIG wants to ensure that you have a personal hangar for those. But yeah. Hey, Hazard, I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Fake it till you make it? I mean, they're just going to fake it. You buy a hangar? I thought they only come with ships. You used to be able to purchase hangars. I don't know if you still can, but you used to be able to straight up buy extra hangars if you wanted to. Because back in the day, like specific ships came with specific hangars, but if you wanted to say like the Revel and York hangar, you could pay like $3 and get a Revel and York hangar that you can then load in, and then all of your ships would load into that hangar. And CIG said in the past that's how they want to kind of distribute hangars, is they want to make it so that those hangars count as your personal hangar. They're free personal hangars that you could distribute wherever you want them to be. But once you do, you're done. Standalone hangars are expensive too. Comparative to ships, yeah, they were pretty expensive. Pre-3.0 backer perk, yeah. That's one of the reasons why every ship comes with its own hangar, because you don't necessarily need it. You can't buy hangars? Okay, yeah. So if you bought hangars in the past, you can. But I think the way that CIG is going to work it now is that if your ship, whatever your biggest ship is, so whatever type of hangar your ship has that you purchased, that's the hangar you can get. Now, there's going to be advantages to having cheap hangars, because the cheap hangars, you are basically going to be everywhere. Every landing zone is going to have access to cheap hangars. But the more high-scale hangars will have probably more space, but they'll also be in places, only in specific places. So you can't like have a Revel and York hangar in Pyro. It's going to be in like Terra or Sol or, you know, the fancy places. Paul, solution. They changed AUEC for prime parking and then introduced player transport mission where people can park at stations and pay to get their shuttle by NPC and players. They're going to do that, Ashman. That's 100% the thing they're going to do. It's why one of the reasons why the Genesis exists is that it'll be NPC shuttles. That's kind of what it is. I have some doubts about instance hangars. Doesn't it break immersion? Of course it does. But there's a point. I remember they once said along the lines of full immersion, whereas each apartment and landing zone would be physicalized, etc. Yeah, they've backed away from that, as they were always going to do. Is they were going to get to a point where it wasn't feasible, and they're going to fake it some cases. So yeah, we've been past that point a while ago. But yeah, that's the reality. Is that's how that's going to work. Now, do I think we're going to have instanced like apartment stuff? No, I don't think we're gonna have instanced apartments, because CIG is working on changing how landing zones work. One of the reasons why right now when you wake up in like, if say you wake up on Area 18, you wake up in the what is it, Imperial Arms or whatever, like the like apartment block in there, is because CIG needs a spawn location. But in the future, Imperial, the apartments are only there. Oh, right now, that's because they need a spawn location and because they have landing zones. In the future, CIG wants to effectively procedurally generate entire cities. So landing zones are going to be more about like specific, like guaranteed specific services at a certain location. But with them procedurally generating like entire apartment buildings or like businesses, the reality is that likely player housing will be just generated on the fly as the cities expand. The reason why we had landing zones is because it's a relic of 2.0, of the original plan for Star Citizen, which was what we see with Starfield. You know, how you go to a city, you land at a spaceport in Starfield, and you can just walk around that city. That's about it. You know. Ooh, they have the FAQ. When was this last updated? 3 years ago. Oh, we were talking about the old hangar module. Yeah, see, like right here, you could find these hangars: Aeroview, Revel and York, Southland, and VFG Industrial. So Aeroview was the business hangar, Revel and York was the fancy one, like the luxury hangar, and then the Southland was the basic, and then the VFG Industrial was the asteroid hangar. So yeah, these are old. They've taken it out. This is back in 3.13 is when they took this out. Sorry, it's getting a little. The sizes are important in this document. Okay. They haven't updated the date, but they have updated the sizes. Okay.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can
I think this has changed though.
Ever take away my space.
Because they have size 6 basics.
I am Caffeine Fiend, just resubscribed for 11 months. 11 months, woo.
Thank you so much for that 11 months of support there, Caffeine Fiend. You were very important, Pupper. Very impressive.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Never.
Ever take away my space game.
C0FF33 Gaming just resubscribed for 79 months.
Thank you so much for that 75 months there. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's one drinking. Trust and cheers in chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. Because, like, here's the problem. Here's the problem. It says, can my friends visit my hangar? Currently, there are no multiplayer access to hangar module. Only you can access your hangar and configure and flare it. That's not true. That's not true with 3.24. So, like, this hasn't been updated. These sizes aren't right because the Southland hangar goes up to size 4, but the Revel in New York goes up to size 5 and 6, which we know the Revel in, that there are Southland hangars that go up to like the biggest size we have, which I think is size 6 in this concept. It's like they've changed size names and everything else like that, but so this is, I think this is kind of wrong. So, the point being, a player's is only a large to extra large. There's supposedly large ships. A large hangar is huge, though. Though anyway, I'm not sure anyone would want bigger. Yeah. Reclaimer is size 6. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's been updated recently. But why is this important? Because this is all sort of focusing on 1.0 release. Let's continue on through this though. All hangars are instance meaning physical. All hangar types have ASOP terminals, item banks, and freight elevator. SCU amount depending on hangar size. All hangar types have ship elevator platforms, which will lower when players request a ship to be spawned. Any ships already on the platform will be lowered and then stored via ASOP. All hangar types should be accessible to party members of the hangar owner. Players can only retrieve ships while inside a hangar that fits that hangar. Personal hangars exist for the player that selected the home location at all times, and is as big as the largest ship on the player's account. Ship purchases in game don't increase per size of personal hangar. Any items left inside the hangar will persist indefinitely, though items on the ship loading platform may disappear. So anything that's off of the ship loading platform should be doing. Yeah. The item banks make it much more sensible of a subscriber as well as PTU access. We're going to talk about that here in a moment because a lot of people are like, we don't get unique stuff back, which is true. And I'll explain why that's important for us to understand, down the line. Freight elevators. Implementation of systems and content for players to physically load and unload cargo to and from their ships by conveying cargo to and from hangars, landing pads, garages, and docking collars. For the new cargo flow, we'll be storing cargo in the local player inventory and allowing them to use the freight elevator in their hangar to access the inventory physically. This will be extended to cover the location inventory access that is currently handled by personal inventory. This means that anything stored to or retrieved from local inventory at a location must be accessed by the freight elevator. Furthermore, we will remove the invisible player inventories for vehicle in favor of using physicalized inventory inside the ship. All ships have at least some small personal inventory that the player can put personal items for easy access. Additionally, we'll be adding physicalized inventory containers available for purchase that players can use to store and haul larger items in the cargo hold. The freight elevator kiosk will have added functionality for inventory management, including sub-inventories like these boxes, so players can move things around and recall it for manual transfer on and off ships. What that means is your inventory on ships is gone. Hitting I while walking around the station and just pulling things out is gone. Everything is going into your inventory, into your the cargo area, and all hangars have access to the cargo deck. So you have a freight elevator that you have to pull up if you want to get access to anything in that local inventory. But everything will be pulled to your local inventory. And if you want to store something in the ship, it either has to be on a container that is on the ship or local inventory around the ship. Some ships already have it implemented. I imagine most of them do now, where you go to like a box, like if you go to like the lockers on the Cutlass, you'll see an option that says open inventory, and you can then store a certain amount of stuff in that inventory. So can you label boxes? No, you cannot label boxes currently. I wonder how it will be handled, the things that you store in a different location. Will it remain there? Yes. If you store something in local inventory on, say, Seraphim Station, and then you leave and you come back, if you leave to get to, like, say, just say to Orison, you won't be able to access inventory at Orison from Seraphim. Any idea if it's a bug or a feature being unable to ship size 3 weapons and larger using physical boxes? No idea. My guess is it's a bug. It might be a feature because I'm sure they want to do, because they've talked about doing non-traditional inventory sizes. So like having an inventory space that's like a square, like a box, but it holds like missiles, that kind of thing. It's gonna really hurt the distro centers. It was so nice to just drag all the loot to local. Yeah. Inventory. This is what I mean when I say, like, when people are like, Star Citizen is too casual, they're making the game too casual. It's like, this is not fucking casual. If CIG was looking to turn Star Citizen to Call of Duty or Fortnite, they're doing an awful job, because this is neither of those things. It's going to suck ass for a lot of people. Nice for the answer. Now my only doubt would be about the hangar types and handling of the sizes. The hangar types that's just something they're gonna have to deal later. People are not complaining that CIG is adding tedium to the game, but they've been telegraphing these changes for years at this point. Yeah, it's not going to be, this isn't really tedium as much, because this is going to sound weird, but there are people who bought the game to do this. There are people who want to be the, like, cargo loader, like a load master, on a ship. There are people who want to do this sort of thing because they want to do cargo missions. They want to do trucking missions. I'm not necessarily saying I'm one of them, but I like doing this shit. And this is one of the reasons why CIG is simplifying a lot of stuff. Because when CIG gets to the nitty-gritty and stuff like this, Beam Citizen makes sense. Because having to physically carry boxes to and from a ship is annoying. It's tedium to the extreme. But being able to use a beam to just pick up a box and yeet it into your ship, it's a lot easier than trying to physicalize that. We'll see about it later. I'm just in the verge of becoming a melter and buying a pirate caterpillar. Crazy people. I just want to loot stuff and hoard it in my boxes in my bunker. The problem isn't necessarily the setup times. I look forward to it. It's the game loop after is too short in comparison. That's just more a matter of scope and scale. CIG just needs more systems in game for you to go around and do those sorts of things, and requires an economy that actually functions, that isn't just a placeholder, and so on and so forth. Hope you can have a personal hangar in Pyro. I don't doubt you can. The difference, though, is the problem with Pyro, and we'll get that to when we get to like commodity kiosk stuff next. But we'll get to that. We'll talk about it here in a moment. All right, the last part of freight elevators. Players can find freight elevators in personal and staging hangars, as well as outposts and scrapyards. Players can interact with freight elevator kiosks, feck. Feck. I'm such a child. To load items onto elevator platform. Onto the elevator platform. Players can put items on a freight elevator platform and then interact with the kiosk to store the items in their warehouse. Players can see information about mission relevant items when storing relevant item via freight kiosk, elevator kiosk. So for those of you who know, feck is kind of like it's like saying fuck, but it's like sort of like a lighter version of fuck. And if I remember correctly, it's either British English or Irish English. That feck is the joke. I only know it because I watched Father Ted. Father Ted, fantastic series, hilarious. It's Irish, okay. Feck arse. Drink feck arse. Thank you, Broken AI. And Father Ted led me to watching My Hero, which is another great old series. So yeah. You haven't forgotten about Blue Gender? Have you watched it yet, Arch? I know it's difficult to find at times, but you know. I'm pretty confident the extra drawer step is completely worthless gameplay. Yes and no. I do think that because eventually the drawer will be accessible by everybody. So like going to a drawer and putting something in the drawer is kind of like if I went to my drawer over here to my left, if I went over there and I pulled it open and I stuck, my phone in there, anyone who gets into my house could walk over to that drawer and pull out my phone. So when things like, boarding actions happen or there's some sort of crash and people need to recover things, they'll have to go to those locations and pull them out. Loved My Hero. Glad you liked it that much. According to Sodium Michael, party members can access their own inventory in a party member's hangar. In the hangar, but not the other person's inventory in the ship. The actor who played Father Ted passed away during the filming? Wow. Didn't know that. I thought he was still alive. Do you recall the deleted tweet about lockable boxes and party members' access permissions? I don't, but that's something that I know they want to do at some point. Oof. But yeah, that makes sense. Party members can have access to their own inventory in the personal hangar, because I don't think you have full access to everything else. Like, you don't have full access to your inventory unless you have a hangar that gives you access to that. So you have to like spawn a ship and stuff like that. Our ground outposts only have like 200 SCU worth of cargo now. I guess my C2 RMC haulers are going to be so angry. Yeah, no, like ground outposts were not supposed to have like unlimited amounts of resources for people. Most of the resources are probably going to end up being in distribution centers, because that's where they kind of pool their resources. The ground outposts are going to have smaller amounts of content, mostly for things like new players to trade. I feel like they're going to they're going on the more sim realism route for cargo. However, the new FPS loot menu is super generic and casual, and it feels like a clash of game vision and direction. I disagree, Max. I think the way that they're trying to combine the two is trying to simplify where they can to make the game easier to play, but they want to add a bunch of depth to the game for other purposes. So like the way that cargo is handled isn't all too simmy and too difficult, because it's similar to something like Minecraft or other survival games where you can craft storage and stuff like that. So it's not too out of the loop, but it's definitely a little bit more complicated than because it's adding extra steps. But that's where like the nuance and the depth comes in when it comes to things like cargo hauling and like inventory management and such. But if you're just a grunt with a gun, you don't need to care about that stuff. You just shoot things. So the basic features are easy to access. The more complicated, the more high-end stuff you do, the more complicated things are going to be. The more you're going to have to learn how your ship functions, the different types of weapons and how they function, how damage works, or how cargo functions, how loading will work, all that kind of stuff. By forcing this physicalized storage, CIG creates a natural feeling of entropy within the game without having to directly program it. I guess so. I think Outpost will be points where we are going to spread resources from distros with cargo missions, etc. I think we'll come back as well. But I also think the way that the way this works is that it'll separate new players from experienced players. Because if you're the new guy in space UPS, you're not going to be going to the distribution center to pick up a single box and move it around. You're going to go to the fuck off nosebleed location where there are 5 people who live in an outpost that runs mostly by semi-automated mining to pick up the number of boxes that would cost a lot of money to put it on your ship and then drag it to a distribution center. And then the people who are doing the big, huge runs are going to stations, distribution centers, picking up those items and then giving them to other distribution centers or to planets or whatever. It's not intentionally separating like new players from experienced players, but it effectively does. I'm really looking forward to the beginnings of being able to load up my Carrack for the patch on day 1 without needing to go to a ground outpost. I mean, you'll be able to do it in 3.24, but you're going to need to load it up through automated, because there's also automated loading, which still, I don't know if that's in this patch, but it's supposed to be in this patch. So, like, you're not going to physically load your character. You're going to have to wait for the timer to do it, but... Hey, Nicodemus, how you doing? Xenothreat really reinforced my love for the Carrack. She absolutely tanks damage. And is the top, and the top hanger is perfect for running Xenothreat cargo. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, Angry Pete. Angry Pete. I have now fusioned Hod, Angry PC Tech, and Piss Poor Pete together. You are now one person. Enjoy that. I bet CIG will put cargo shipyards near main stations with dozens of docking ports. Something to that degree, I'm sure. I'm half with the herpes. Oh. I'm sorry, Angry PC Tech. I gotta get a new one myself. Why are you calling him Sodium Michael? Salty Mike? Is this a joke? I'm too out of the loop to know. Yeah, almost certainly. CIG is going to reduce auto load times. They've even said that this patch doesn't have the commodity rebalance, so that's his new name. Did he change his name? Someone called him that and it stuck? Oh, Trixie, what did you do? All right, let's keep going through. All right, so commodity kiosk updates. Players can buy different SCU size containers via commodity kiosk. Upon purchasing of commodities, players can choose to automatically load them onto a stored ship at the cost of a UEC for the automatic loading time. This will take an amount of time during which the ship will be inaccessible for automatic loading processes. Information on loading progress will be available via ASOP menu. Storage access. Storage access kiosks exist in various places in all landing zones and space stations. These kiosks replace the old local inventory. Using these kiosks, players can store and retrieve FPS items via the storage access UI. All right. Sodium Michael is his full legal name. No, you all got this wrong. It's Michael Sodium. That's his name. It's Michael Sodium. He just he just wanted to be it's Michael Edward Sodium. It's his full name. You didn't know this? I think people fail to realize oh, it was Sir Michael. When did he get knighted? Was assaulted by the Queen? Was he assaulted by the Queen? Isn't there more to salt than just sodium? But about sodium chloride? Who said he was salt? He's sodium. Sodium is very highly combustible. And doxed. Damn, I should have told you his full name. Yeah, I do. It's called the League of Relic Enthusiasts. We're all about gathering relics and preserving them for posterity. Hey, Frederick. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about storage access. So for those of you who don't know, sodium chloride Michael, sodium chloride Edward Michael, gunship archaeology, baby. But CIG has said that not only are they not doing unique item retrieval, which means that if you pay for something in the store and you lose it, you can't get it back. They're not doing it for this patch. Not only are they not doing it, but it's now part of a larger announcement that they're going to do at CitizenCon. And I want to emphasize this, y'all. This is going to sound awful or crazy or whatever. You might disagree with me, and that's fine if you disagree with me. I've been making some spicy takes, and a lot of people think I'm stupid or I'm wrong or I am making things worse by making these takes. And if you think so, make sure you mention it down in the comments below. CIG is going to announce insurance. They're going to lay out how insurance is going to work. They're going to lay out health insurance, life insurance, cargo insurance, ship insurance, like insurance in terms of your items, like your ship items, and it's going to be in the 4.0 branch. Maybe not 4.0, maybe 4.1 or 4.2. It'll be around this time next year, and it'll be fully put into the game for testing. Phew, at least no taxes. Shapasta. You do realize this is also going to include things like hangar fees. Storage fees, baby. Except for your free hangar that you get. Your free personal hangars, if you leave your ship in a station, you'll have to pay for the storage of that ship. I'm gonna hate the week of reaction videos. I'm like just let that wash over you. Let that kind of come at you, because that's how this is going to work. If you have items like, say, I can almost guarantee this, like an FPS outfit, because CIG is always about balancing how insurance or how things work. One of the things that everyone's asked for is outfit. You know, like, hey, I want to automatically buy this outfit if I can, and I wanted to have it stored in my, personal, like, closet on a planet. So if I die, I can just go to that closet and pick out a new outfit rather than having to go across the universe to purchase it. I think what CIG's solution to those sorts of things is we're going to let you do that by insuring your stuff, but it's going to cost you money to insure it, and it'll have a time frame for it to come back. So you can get stuff that's unique in game, and you can make sure it comes back to you with a price. So that if you want your unique special snowflake outfit, you can keep it, but you have to pay a UEC. I think that's one of the reasons why they decided they're going to make, because they said that they're going to make a big announcement. It's been part of they said specifically, or Zyla said specifically, that it was part of a larger announcement that they're going to make at CitizenCon. Closet fees, because clearly we're having too much fun. Honestly, I'm not against that, because it makes it so that you're not having to like traipse around the fucking galaxy to get your shit together. Just having it so I can go, I like this outfit, I want this outfit back, this is my outfit for raids, this is my outfit for hauling, this is my outfit for flying, whatever. And I just want this outfit, and I'll get it ready to go, and I explode and things happen. I'm like, cool, I'm just gonna like My insurance is going to give it back to me in a few minutes, and I'm just going to have to pay for that. Money sinks are good for MMOs. It keeps players engaged, and they deal with inflation, because inflation is a bitch in all MMOs. Only AUEC or further down the line with a real UEC? It'll be real UEC. I think the initial testing obviously is going to be for AUEC, but things like hangar fees and stuff like that, I'm sure what CIG will do is they'll cap them out. They'll cap them out per size, per ship. So if you have an Aurora, it'll be like nothing. It'll be like 300 UEC. So it's like, oh yeah, I can just pay for it. I just leave it in there forever, and I only have to pay like 300 UEC to get it back. But for like an Idris, it'll be ungodly high, because they want players to not like leave their ships and not in their personal hangars. AUEC stands for Alpha UEC, and it's just the currency we get while we're testing the Alpha. True, but at the same time, aside from one or two specific things determined by most professions in this game, pay laughably low amounts. That's one of the things they're doing, though, is they're changing a lot of the payouts and stuff like that with with the economy. That's what the economy team was gathered to do recently. So they're doing in 3.24. One of the things they're going to be doing is adding a little bit of that commodity balance that they're doing. Yeah, I don't know if missions payouts are changing, but their commodities are changing. I think there may be some mission payouts that are changing as well. People saw the price to repair the Idris and started freaking out. Oh, it's huge. Like, I remember seeing CIG devs sitting down with Jared during a Star Citizen Live, like well before the current run of Star Citizen Lives. And the question came up about capital ships, and they just laughed. The devs laughed, and had a smirk on their face, and they said, I was flying an Idris the other day in testing, and I decided to go get it refueled. And my jaw dropped open when I realized how much money it costs to refuel an Idris. Refuel an 890. It costs damn near $1 million UEC. It's not $1 million. It's like 200,000 or like 500,000 UEC to refuel the hydrogen, like from bottom to top. The 890 is like half of an Idris. It is going to absolutely destroy your economic abilities. Like, people say, oh, well, people will just be able to earn UEC, and we can't really balance weapons and ships and like equipment because of the cost it's going to cut in-game cost, because people will just build up a war chest. That's why CIG has money sinks everywhere, to make you either play smart or to force you to invest. Size-10 torpedoes are not buy one, get one free, but that's how people act like it should be. Yeah. See it being a player cargo mission. NPC, you have a permission for you have a mission for you. We have 500 pieces of armor. Need to take it to Crusader. You want to take that?
Space lasers.
I can see something like that.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Oh, that's why CIG is going to do something even worse for you. You don't even know.
Logaradan just resubscribed for 19 months. 07.
Thank you so much for that 19 months of support there, Logaradan. You're a very important pub, a very precipice, a very pedestrian. This is your fault. The return drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, come here, cat. Come here. Everyone's saying, oh, I'll just claim it. Want me to hit you with a double whammy? Are you seated? Is your posterior currently placed on a solid surface somewhere? Make sure you have something close by to prevent you from passing out when I say this. Your claim timers are going to go up significantly. Because CIG needs to make sure that you're just not claiming your ship every time you have to refuel it. So it's like, oh, I'll just claim my Idris rather than refuel it. Cool. See you next week. Yeah. I almost can guarantee you the massive capital ships will have multiple day claim times. This is the only way to balance it. Because capital ships are expensive to use, but they're also really good if you have a large group of people who can run it with you. So you want to claim your ship? You can. Hope you don't need it in the next month. Like, that's just the reality of how the game's balanced. Oh, so what do? Get a freelancer. A freelancer will take you a couple of hours at most, probably less. And it's gonna like scale crazily. So like smaller ships, like fighters, stuff like that, like especially like starter ships, that's just gonna come back in like 2 minutes. Like it'll be almost instantaneous, enough for you to go take a piss and come back, kind of thing. But like as it gets bigger and bigger, and as they become more specialized in terms of ships, you will start to see the claim timers jump higher. A large capital ship should take a lot of damage to get a reclaimed state. No, yeah, exactly. There's going to definitely be some elements, but before they get to that like more nuanced approach, they're just going to slap you with a month, like a week, plus. Polaris, cool. See you in 3 days, kind of thing. And for all of you Canadians, welcome to American healthcare. All of you are going to have to start paying for your health. You go to the doctor, that's a fee. You heal yourself up, that's a fee. You have a sniffle, believe it or not, that's a fee. Late stage capitalism, space hyper capitalism, baby. Expedite for 1 million AUEC and G Sharp. It'll just knock a day off the claim timer. So now it's 4 days instead of 5. Unfortunately, Baker like an elevator. Unfortunately, a fee. Is your ship in network? Oh, God. Oh, fuck. If CNG wants to fuck us over with networks, oh, my God. So let me explain to you the dystopian reality of American healthcare. So American healthcare almost entirely is run by our companies we work for. So, like, I work for a school district, and the school district partners with a health insurance company. And so I get my health insurance from a health insurance company that has got to deal with my school district so that they can cover my healthcare costs. Now, because they have that deal, I can only go to hospitals that are within and like medical facilities that are partnered with that healthcare insurance, so that basically I take my healthcare insurance. And sometimes they can take my healthcare insurance, but not the specific type of healthcare insurance that I have through my company. Through my company, through my employment. And so if I go to a hospital like outside of that range, I have to pay a higher fee, if not for the whole thing. I don't think Americans realize how much taxes Canadians pay. Oh no, we do. I do at least. I understand you have an insanely high tax compared to compared to us. We have incredibly low taxes in comparison. but we pay for it by this bullshit. I don't think we're going to dial down this. I think they're going to dial down. So yeah, no, they definitely are. I don't think we're going to see like networks, though. I could see CIG doing a very simple version of a network, where if your insurance is not covered for specific items outside of a certain region, which means that if you want to go to Pyro and play fucky fuck with the locals, you are absolutely free to do so. But if you lose your ship in Pyro, they will not deliver a new ship to you, or they won't even cover your ship's replacement costs, or they'll have a higher fee because you lost it in Pyro. Why does this matter? Because that is designed around discouraging gameplay styles or making it harder for people who want to play a certain gameplay style, which means people have to be more reliant on things like crafting and blueprints. So there'll be areas which are basically higher difficulty regions. LTI would always get your ship back at its basic loadout. So whatever your ship comes with on the basic of the basic, you get it back. That doesn't mean you don't get it back for time and all that kind of stuff. So reputation lock claiming, possibly, yeah. Oh boy, insurances that aren't accepted everywhere accepted. Yeah, because each hospital makes different deals with different insurance companies. I don't think Sage is going to go that distance, but the important thing to remember about all of this, though, is that the point of all of these is to have tiny amounts of money that is being siphoned away from your character at all times. So you have to play the game in order to earn money, in order to pay off for these things. But the amount of money you earn per mission or per day is going to be much higher than it costs you to run these things. Now, obviously, this is an ideal situation because Star Citizen is Star Citizen. And the term bug citizen has existed for over 12 years. I guarantee you there will still be problems, even when CIG first implements this. Why? Because CIG needs to implement it to start testing it, and they can't wait for ideal situations to do that. I bet the LTI just prevents the credit sink, not the time sink of loss. Exactly. And on top of that, it's only basic equipment. So if you upgrade your ship at all in any way, shape, or form, the LTI doesn't cover it. You can think of it as similar. It's a more complex version of what Elite Dangerous does. There's a famous, like anyone who's played Elite Dangerous knows, don't fly what you can't cover. Or do not fly a ship if you're not willing to lose that ship. Or you don't spend more money than you can cover the purchase back for it. Because in Elite, if you blow up your ship, you can get your ship back only if you have a certain amount of money to pay for your ship to come back. You will always have the access to go back to your Sidewinder. But if you get any advanced ships, you're going to have to pay for them. Don't fly without rebuy. Yeah, basically. And I think CIG is going to do something to that effect. Just more complicated because it's not just your ship. It's your armor, your weapon, your loadout, your health. CIG could do the same thing in regards to crime stat too. Murder spree, piracy, no ship back, or high fines for you, citizen. Yeah, I could definitely see CIG like blocking players, criminal players, out of getting their ships back. How will server crashes work with insurance? I think that's going to be a big problem for CIG. I don't think any of this is going to be fully implemented until this time next year. So hopefully CIG has a point where like you don't have server crash issues. Or servers can crash, but the whole like recovery error is still a thing. Because like recovery error works now, and when the test that I did for the server meshing test, they were working great. The recovery is working great. Because all of the information for your ship is not in the, like all of your information isn't on the game server, it's in the back end of the server. So it's in the back end services, the replication layer. And the replication layer doesn't really crash. And when it does, it doesn't lose your stuff. It just can't get access to it until it comes back up. All right. Let's get back to reading through this. Because this is the kind of thing that is important to understand. A lot of this stuff is going to be important. So while as much as I'm looking forward to seeing like, hey, we can get back our stuff, and we'll be able to get back things like our sub stuff. Just it's going to be added in with a system that not a lot of people like. So. Hover trolleys. Players can purchase hover trolleys at cargo decks in space stations and dumpers depot and landing zones. These can be retrieved via freight elevators. These new hover trolleys can navigate much rougher terrain than wheeled trolleys. We've seen them in at CitizenCon. We know what they look like. They're pretty cool. Hangar decorations. 3.24 brings decorations into players' hands. These new decorations can be purchased at Kelto and Dumpers Depot, then retrieved from the hangar's freight elevator. These decorations can be placed anywhere a player wants in their hangar and have full interactions like sitting on chairs and couches. Caveat that the ship platform will delete items stored on the ship elevator while storing ships. Hangar decoration will persist in personal hangars, but will get deleted in staging areas, hangars that you don't own outside of your main landing zone. They added ESP dampening strength, modified to game settings tab, and Mobiglass contract app UI polish. They updated that. Ships and vehicles made further minor flight controller tuning changes to most ships for afterburner and FCM speeds, increased the RSI Mantis engine attachment health, reduced RSI Mantis emissions, and greatly increased the health on all ships and gimbal sizes. And then a bunch of bug fixes, tons of bug fixes, and then 4 client fixes. So that basically means do not pull out personal hangar gear in a location that isn't your personal hangar, and don't put it on the big elevator that goes up and down. Yeah, they added a weapon loader keybind for this patch. You can live in your hangars, yes. What about one of your ships? You could always live on one of your ships. But I think if you try to go to sleep on your ship in your personal hangar, your personal hangar will get your ship will get stored in your personal hangar when you log out. So you'll get stored in there as well. So you'll just go back to wherever you know there it is. Sorry, there it is. So. No asteroid hangars that I know of. Just the ones that we already have in game. There's nothing new that they're adding in terms of like hangar types that you can access. It's just wherever you spawn, you're going to get a personal hangar. So if you set your home to Area 18, you get the Southland hangar. Hangar should include a residence. That's something that Darge was talking about last Captain's Table, and I kind of agree. Though I think it should be, honestly, I think it should be a Grim Hex, like a Hex station, like a, what is it, the Easy Hab. I think every personal hangar should have an Easy Hab. So that way players who just want to sleep can get sleep, but like, you also have I also think the Easy Hab stuff, all like Easy Hab should be on every, like, in every landing zone. Every landing zone should have an Easy Hab at the hangars. Are all hangars the same in every location? No. The AeroView hangars are the default hangars for, I believe, Orison and Microtech. But in Area 18 and Lorville, they use the Selfland hangars. And then all of the stations have Selfland hangars. And I think even Grimhack's has Selfland hangars. I agree, Harbeck. I want player apartments as well, but I don't think player apartments should be near hangars. I think those should be in landing zones or in cities once they have those new sort of like procedurally generated building interiors. I bet that the type of hangar Easy Hab will be for when you build out in the wild. I think so as well, but I think there should be an addition. That should be something you could pay for, because it's another good money sink. Is if you have a personal hangar and you want to have an Easy Hab, you can buy an Easy Hab attachment for your hangar, so you can just hang out there. They're going to kill the Selfland, Revel and York, etc. hangars. I'm certain of it. They'll just change it to just a hangar size. I don't think so, because the hangar, they have like Selfland hangars that are the size for like Retaliators for Reclaimers. So I think we'll see all of the ships have large hangars. All of the hangars have large versions, but the individual style will match the location upon which those hangars are located. So Revel and York will be the kind of places you get for like Terra, because it's fancy. Can you bed long in your personal hangar? If you have a bed in your personal hangar, which I think technically there's a cot. So if you have a cot, I think you can. But if you have like a ship out on the like, if you like say called your ship up and you went to bed in your ship in the hangar and then logged out, like shut off the game, when you log back in, your ship's going to be gone because it'll be restored back when you leave. But everything off of the pad will remain if it's your personal hangar. There is lore for the hangar manufacturers, so I doubt they're going to retcon the 4 hangar brands. I doubt that as well, yeah. I don't want to sleep in Grim. I can potentially never wake up. I love it to make the hangars the original modules with elevators, upper deck room overlooking the hangar. I don't know if we'll see all of that. That'd be neat, but I don't think they'll go that far yet. Those hangar fees, yeah, those are gonna be good. So yeah, that's 3.24 Evocati is out. It's patch 2 is out. It'll be available for the entire week. For Evocati, my guess is that next week, probably end of next week, we'll see Wave 1 come out. Because it's fairly simple. Like, almost everything you have seen at in the previews are there. The only things that aren't there are the cargo missions, the commodity rebalances, so like the cost of things are going to rebalance that, and the blockade runner mission. Those 3 things aren't in the patch yet, but they will be. They're just right now testing to make sure it doesn't fucking crash all the time. We could potentially build our own hangar with base building, right? In theory, yeah. We don't know the details of it, and we'll have to wait until CIG has that in there, but it's possibly. Commodity rebalance is probably also going the auto times and cost as well. Almost certainly that will. Always be ready for 317 to 318 disasters. 317 wasn't that bad. 317 was actually pretty good. It's 318, which is the problem. And there's no way we're going to see another 318. Because hearing the devs talk about it, the problem with 318 was more of putting way too many things in at once. It was like 7 things being added at once, whereas like server meshing, for instance, is one thing. Replication layer was one thing. So like this 3.24 is one thing. It's really just one overall thing, which is the back way, how you access your inventory, which is big because it's also how you access your ship, and it's changing how that functions. But my thought is, how is the vehicle pads going to change? So you can actually call up your vehicles on the pads. So if you go into your hangar, your personal hangar, and you will go to your personal ASOP terminal, you can call up like your tanks and drive them off the pad, and they will persist off the pad. And then you can load up a vehicle and then load your vehicle into the ship. From what I heard about 318, it was a major fundamental change to CIG's database and how they stored data, and it just couldn't handle the traffic at launch. It wasn't just one major fundamental change, it was multiple major fundamental changes. Talking with the devs at CitizenCon, what they basically said was it was too many things being changed at once, so when one thing broke, it caused a cascade effect. And they also had to figure out what was actually breaking. It was too much. They tried to put in too much at once. And they've said since then, they've never really had that problem, and they probably won't have that problem again because it was so big. At least until CIG finishes making vehicles into items so they can go in the cargo elevators. Yes, because vehicles are not considered items, they're considered vehicles, so they can't spawn in the cargo elevators. So do we know if persistent hangars are based on your largest ship in-game or your largest pledge ship? Largest pledge ship. So if you have an Idris, you probably have like a reclaimer or like a large, or like a whole sea or some like large ship as a loaner. Whatever your largest loaner ship is what you have. If you're an 890, you have the largest ship in game. You have the largest pad. But that's only if you own the 890 with cash. Did GW increase the prices again? They were increasing them a while ago. Wouldn't a capital ship have a spawn outside the hangars because of their sizes? Possibly. I think the Idris can fit in a hangar. Like they have hangar sizes for an Idris, but anything bigger than an Idris, it persists. So like a Polaris and an Idris could fit in a hangar, but only in hangars on planets. Yeah, they do it every year. It's stupid. I wish they'd just get out of England. Instead of increasing prices, they should just like go somewhere like build facilities in China or in other locations, which they can make the minis, because yeah, they'll lose a lot of like tax write-offs, but fuck it. they can reduce costs in production and ship it out there. I vote, although I'm not permitted, pro master modes. Vote for what? The Javelin will need to spawn at a docking port, but an Idris can fit in an XL hangar. Kraken might not, though. Yeah, it depends. Idris may be the same as a Reclaimer. I saw a vid of a group that took one into Xeno and they landed at a repair at Area 18. Okay. It's largest available at your ASOP terminal. Sort of. It's if you have an Aurora, but you have enough money to buy a 890 and you buy an 890, you don't suddenly get an 890 hangar as your personal hangar. I mean, they do make everything non-mini in China, like the books. Yeah, like all of their terrain pieces are made in China. Everything that's not the actual models is made in China. I don't know why they make books, honestly, but that's a different thing. It's Games Workshop, because no other company that's in their range does like makes you like charges you for the rules. In today's level design video, I think I saw an Idris landed on the ground. Yes, they can land on the ground. Idrises are landable on surfaces and taking off. They are the largest capital ship to do so. A Javelin can land once. They still wouldn't lower prices. No, of course not, because they're greedy. But I think having that would be preferable because it would the cost would be lower. Once? Yes, once. Idris landing gear is pretty goofy. Yeah, because it's not designed to land. You're not supposed to land on with the Idris. It's supposed to, it's supposed to fly in space. It's just like a solution that you can use. Yeah, that's the real big thing is production capacity, because right now they sell out of everything super quick, so it creates a black market and a gray market. So it's bad. The Idris cargo is extra goofy. Oh yeah, it's the long ramp. It's the massively long ramp. Can't wait to see those new Bengal style caps in Squadron 42. Oh, the Integrity class. It's not their name, but I'm calling them the Integrity class because the one named ship that we know that's that class of a battle cruiser or cruiser is called the UES Integrity. So yes, the UES Integrity. The Corvus is one of them, but the earliest one we know of is called the Integrity. It's weird that they're called the Corvus and the Integrity. I don't know how those things are named similar, but yeah. But yeah, so is the Integrity. Integrity was in the trailer too. Oh, there's a lot of new ships. Like, the one thing that's I think a lot of people don't realize is CIG put most of its major ship teams and a large portion of its like weapons teams and pretty much everyone who was building content was working on Squadron. So we're getting a lot of that stuff moved over now in Star Citizen, partially because it was built for Squadron, and so the stuff that won't be Squadron spoilers will be moved over, but also because that team is now that has a bunch of experience and now can start working on Star Citizen, so they can take the thing everyone's been yelling about, the crossbow, and it'll take them almost no time to get it done. The class naming convention seems to be Latin birds of prey. Integrity is a Latin bird of prey? I don't think so. I'll show you. Let me show you. Watch it be the Atlas class. It would be. There we go. Shout out to Jail, who discovered this first. Integrity and Honor is a 45-minute long United Empire of Earth Navy recruiting film released in 2935. So it is currently 2954. So this was about 20 years ago in lore. It was intended to spur naval enlistment and improve the public's understanding and opinion of the military's role in the conflict with the Van Duel. It was filmed aboard the UES Integrity during a 2932-33 leg patrol, with additional scenes staged aboard the cruiser after the completion of its tour, and others generated from archival gun camera footage. And if you look at the trailer, Integrity, you can see the Integrity in the trailer. Jail does a video pointing out all of the ships in the trailer, the names of the ships, and one of them is Integrity. So it's definitely there. And this was made like a couple of years ago. This random addition to the Galactopedia that didn't show up in any other sources. So it's weird that they made this, meaning it's probably part of Squadron 42. That's why this exists. UES Integrity Farms. No, I understand what you're saying, Harbeck. Like you're saying, like it has that sort of ship of the line feel, like Discovery or Courage or Honor, you know, like that kind of stuff. The question I have though is, why the fuck do we have a UES Corvus, which is clearly the same class as the Integrity? That naming convention doesn't work unless the Integrity is a cruiser and the Corvus is a battle cruiser. And then what's the differences? They look almost the same. Corvids are scavengers, though. Just could be named after birds. Isn't Corvus a weapon, though? Isn't a Corvus a type of hammer? It's a boarding device. Yeah, it's the Roman boarding device. What's this? That's how I knew about it. Are they space communists in lore? Yeah, they're in Nyx. Yeah, those are the devices that made the Roman Navy sink in a storm, right? Yeah, but it also let them win all of their naval battles against the Carthaginians, because it turned every naval battle into a land battle. And the Romans can win a land battle; they couldn't win at sea. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing when it comes to building a navy. Google's first return for Corvus is a 40k Warhammer with a spike. Yeah, I think that's. I remember that from 40k, but I think it's probably in reference to the boarding device, more likely.
You can even take away my space lasers, but you can never, ever take away my space game.
Mason Cold Iron just resubscribed for 37 months.
Thank you so much for that 37 months of support there, Mason. You're a very important pub, a very impressive person, any pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, the Corvus is the crow species. It's the, we have Corvuses here in Austin. They're the grackles. Grackles, crows, ravens, they're all in the same part of the same kind of genus. Corvidae, yes. Was the integrity of the class with the big hangar pad or the one with the 3 shipbreaker turrets? We don't know. It's all of the stuff is like blurry images. We know that the Corvus we've seen pictures of the Corvus, which has the big breaker turrets. But the one that has the hangar, you would think is a carrier, not a cruiser. Unless we're using Japanese rules. Fucking. What do you got there? A destroyer? Trying to find it. I remember seeing this where like they built a new ship and they classified it as like a destroyer or a cruiser, and it's a fucking aircraft carrier. Grackles are cool. Gin and Tonic can tell you a little bit about Grackles. Grackles are fucking everywhere in Austin. They're like Hitchcockian in their omnipresence. They are fucking insane. They could also be hand waving the cruisers being basically a medium carrier. Wouldn't be the first time. For those of you who don't know, I did a video. I'm almost finished with it. It'll be finished. Like I'm going to end this stream early today. I always say that, but I actually am going to end it. It's probably part of the reason why I did it earlier today. But I've been banging on this video forever, feels like, and I've just managed to I'm at like, I think around 15, 16 minutes in. It's 34 minutes long. I'm a little under halfway done. It's pretty simple for editing, so it's not too bad because it's just a list of ships. It's the sub-capital ships of the UEE Navy. And one of the things I've been doing is a comment highlight at the end of the lore videos now. And one of the comments was basically like, it's weird calling a Polaris which is a Corvette, a capital ship. That doesn't make any sense. CIG's capital clarifications, they don't make any sense because they're not using real world examples. To give you an idea, the Arleigh Burke class destroyers are Flight 2s, which are the second versions of the Arleigh Burkes, are 155.3, I want to say, meters long. Okay. The Polaris is 165 meters long. The Polaris is larger than a large destroyer in real life. And it's 2,000 tons heavier. It also requires much less numbers of people to operate, which the U.S. Navy would absolutely, and every Navy would absolutely fucking kill for. When I can run a destroyer with 7 people, let's fucking go. Thousands and thousands of noisy blackbirds decide that they're going to occupy some clump of trees, often in some store parking lot, because they're eating all of the garbage that people leave behind. Yes, Jidden, that's you know what that's exactly what I'm talking about. And it can destroy a real destroyer from orbit. Yeah. But that's the important thing to remember, is that like the CIG's naming conventions doesn't mean shit. Do not apply real world logic to anything that the UEE Navy has, because it's completely done in a different manner. Kind of like how a frigate in the 19th century is nothing like a frigate in the 20th century, which is barely anything like a frigate in the 21st century. Naming conventions change, so. Do you think they'll ever make a Star Destroyer-like capital ship? I don't think we're getting anything like that currently. Yeah, the cruisers. Whatever RSI cruisers are being built, cruisers or battle cruisers, they're definitely going to be Star Destroyer. Not like a Dorito wedge shape, but I mean like fucking fuck you and everything in a 12-mile radius. Yeah, CIG is making a pretty game, not a realistic, compact, real military machine. Well, it's also, there's a lot of other things that are important. Like for instance, the Nova. I've heard a lot of people complain that the Nova isn't a realistic tank. First of all, have you seen tanks? Tanks are getting bigger. It's just some tanks are getting smaller because of the whole idea of things like, well, another tank, I want to be small so I don't like skyline myself so I get hit by another tank. But times they are changing, because now a dude with about 15 minutes of training and about $10,000 worth of equipment can take out a tank that's much larger, much more expensive and larger than that dude. So tank design and tactics and use is going to be very different, especially as like some tanks that are currently being developed have literal wall hacks. They have like deployable drones that can then tell you exactly where an enemy is that you can use, and smart ammunition and shit like that. Like we're completely changing. So saying that the Nova isn't realistic is like, yeah, but no tank in the modern day has fucking energy shields. If a tank had an energy shield and that was the only way to make it have an energy shield is make it the size of a Nova, you'd fucking do it. The size of an M1 Abrams tank depends on the model. Can be a range of 26 feet, 7.9 meters tall, about 8 meters to 10 meters long, 4 meters wide, and about 3 meters high. Yeah, the Nova is about double the size of an Abrams, but the other thing about the Abrams is that since this is a Star Citizen, I am sure we have at least one person who's been inside an Abrams or a tank, like a Leopard or any modern tank in the last 30 years. How much space do you have in there? You are crammed the fuck in there. You crawl your ass in there. And you are very, very tight in there. That doesn't work for Star Citizen as a video game, because AI need to be able to enter the vehicle and get in and operate that vehicle. So the vehicles and the ships need to be big enough for AI to not be stupid and walk around inside. So the Nova is the size of a fucking house for that reason. That's the reason why ships are bigger. And they can hand wave it away as it has a portable nuclear fucking reactor in the damn thing, and it uses energy shields. So it needs more space for that stuff. You were a fish tank once. You probably had more space, zombie, than a tanker does. So that's the reason why everything is bigger, is because of pathing. And also for things like why are the fighters pretty big? Because you need to put things inside of it. I was a tank when boarding an Idris on Sunday. Nice. It was basically a Red Alert G.I. Joe Land Fortress. Damn. I didn't realize that crouching NPCs was a tech that eludes modern gaming. No, it's more that if you tried to crouch in a place like that, you'd have to, first off, make it reliable for an AI to crouch and navigate, and make it completely that they would never fuck up in the crouching motion. So if you're building something, do you want to build it so that it relies on a technology to be flawless, which doesn't even function well in any modern game, that's not hand scripted for an AI to specifically do it? Or would you rather make it so that it's almost idiot proof? They could have made it work, but it's a lot of work rather than just making it easier. Having precise pathing also costs a lot more system resources, I'm sure. It's a precious commodity for a game. Yeah. The game wouldn't let me die. I soloed an Idris and won. Damn. One-man army, Harback. I get the reason why. They need to make it idiot-proof. The players have to navigate this stuff. That's true. Hey, Silky, how you doing? I didn't see you come in. I can see tanks getting bigger to fight the Van Duel. Yeah, I died and randomly revived, and I couldn't take any damage anymore. Damn. All right, we've been going for about 2 hours. I'm going to go get some more water. When I come back, we'll watch ISC, and then we'll just kind of hang out until, maybe for another hour or so. No, just a land raider. Yeah. Rare or Star Citizen bug W? Yeah. When the bug doesn't kill you, but makes you invincible. Fun fact, an Idris AI does not attack a tank while you're in the hangar bay. Sorry I'm late. I had to run up to my office to write this. I was trained in a tank as a tank commander. Okay, Citizen Dan, sorry about that. Back in 2014 with 3 people in the turret and 1 hole. Each person has the room of about getting in a fridge and still having room for a gun. I'm sorry I had to run there, Citizen Dance, but you are reinforcing my point in that most modern tanks are not very comfy. They're not very spacious. And I would ask this, Citizen Dance, if you're still here and if you're not running around, how much would you have given, you and your crew have given, to be able to have like double that space while you were operating, be able to like stretch out a little bit more? I would have killed for extra space. Nope. You would have stayed in there? Stayed tight? Smaller is better? Even for comfort? Things are scary. I'm 5'6", the shortest guy in my crew, but I'm 5'6", the shortest guy. Okay, yeah. And specifically, you trade being twice as large of a target. That's a good point. But once again, energy shields. Space magic bullshit. Has a sling to sit in. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I think CIG's options were make a unique entry point for every crew member of a tank, or make it so you could walk in it. So you'd either have something similar to similar to, like, say, like a more detailed version of Battlefield, where, like, when you enter, instead of entering the back, you would have like a hatch that you would have to animate the person climbing into the hatch, going down into the seat and starting, similar to something like the what's the stupid light tank, the dumb one. I've completely erased it from my mind because I hate it. I don't hate it, I just think it's stupid. The storm. It's not like the storm where you kind of like you sit into the storm. Or Nova has the layout of a Bradley, basically just bigger, autoloader room for crew, etc. Yeah. It's a gameplay function for it. Or they could have done what they have. I'm still a big proponent of having something the size of an Ursa that is a infantry fighting vehicle. Pull out the fucking, well, I guess you could still have the crew in it. I don't know how you do it, but pulling out the seats and giving 3 seats with a gunner, a driver, and a commander or co-driver. Just because I think there's still value in game for a speedy vehicle with a big fuck you gun. Kind of like the Storm, but not the size of, not so inconvenient that you can't even fit it in your light, like your armored dropship. Redesign the Rock DS, the Ursa fuck you variant. Kind of like take the Ursa and pull out, because right now the Ursa has 4 seats in the back. Four, Paul. Four seats in the back and a driver and you know, co-driver. So it can hold 6. Pull out the 4 seats in the back and replace it with a single remote turret. Increase the turret from being you know, whatever it is now, to I think it's like size 2, twin size 2s, to like a size 4. Characters have to squat slightly to fit into the rear portion of the MPUV cargo pod. You can only crouch in the personnel pod. And Fishby, they've also completely removed the MPUV from most of Squadron 42, except for the cargo variant and its only specific scenes. It's clear why they've moved a lot of that stuff. Oh, Dark Tide Secrets of the Machine God DLC is out today. Is it free? Then a double dog Wienermobile. Yes. All right, I've been delaying long enough. I'll be right there. Put a fuck off cannon instead of a laser. Exactly. Give me a fuck off cannon and the equivalent of a tow missile. Like 2 size 4 missiles. Put 2 size 4 missiles and a size 4 cannon on that bitch, and because there's a vehicle in lore called the Marine Rapid Response Vehicle, the MRRV, I think, or the Marine Rapid Mobility Vehicle. I think it's like RMV or something like that, which is what the Ursa is based off of. Just give me that. Which is, we don't know what it is, but that would be perfect. What do? I drive moderately fast with a big gun and missiles. What is your job? Hit big things and run away. I mean, I'm okay with an Atlas trebuchet. The Atlas trebuchet was a fan-made version of the Atlas platform, which replaces the back half for just a big fucking howitzer. Give me the king of the battlefield, or yeah, it's the king of battle. Let's say the queen of battles, but yeah. Artillery is in lore. It's mentioned multiple times in lore. I would want artillery in the game because it's stupid powerful. Queen of the battle is infantry. Okay. I wasn't right on that one. What about an Atlas platform as a troop transport? You mean the Spartan dance? That's what the Spartan is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a troop transport. It holds 8. Squad sizes in Star Citizen are fucking weird. Like typically, and maybe I'm going off archaic knowledge, but based off of my understanding of military, maybe there's also U.S. military, is typically most squads are designed to be broken up into, like, you could take a squad and you could break it up into 2. So you have an NCO, and then you have like another NCO, like kind of low NCO, like a sergeant and a corporal, and you have a total of 10 people, and you can break that down into fire teams of 5 and 5 to do something. Well, I could be wrong, because I also know that the Bradley was designed to carry a fire team, and it's got an odd number too. It's like 6, right? You don't have any ground vehicles. Check it out. It's cool. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. I can't wait to hear that, Star Citizen. I didn't serve, no. I know a lot of people who did. That's why my information is archaic and secondhand. Something like that. The MGS is an interesting striker platform as well. I've heard some people bitch about the striker. It's okay at best. That's not a good thing. No matter with a modular turret in the back, technically tractor beam, salvager, laser repeater. Could it just be alarm? Do we need a vocal announcement? Great for overground movement. Can't stop a 7.62. So it's just a weapons platform. Bream weapon existence concept. Give us air to ground Star Wars SPH walker. Don't talk about walkers. Gets me all hot and bothered. Infantry support, yeah. So it's like a literally an IFV. But yeah, no. I'll end up with say this. I want artillery in the game because it's mentioned in lore. Like for instance, in lore, the M2 Hercules is able to take a direct barrage of artillery fire. I don't know what a barrage is. Maybe it's the fleet load. Fleet load, I think it's what a fleet load or fleet load. Can't remember. I think it's whatever from the Vietnam War. Just nothing but constant bombardment. No mecha talk. Paul will go on a 30 minute tangent. I will. The MGS is for holes and walls for an infantry. The ATGM is anti-armored vehicle, and the Striker is the troop transport. Okay. So they're just all versions of the same platform. That's the other thing to point about too, like Titan suits in Star Citizen. Everyone's like, well, they don't make a lot of sense. They're weapons platforms. Like, I don't think a Titan is gonna have a shield. It might, like a tier 0 shield maybe, but I doubt it. It's mostly designed to be just an exosuit that you can carry a big fuck off weapon with. So you're losing stealth, but gaining the ability of carrying a size 1 weapon with a lower signature than if you would in a vehicle. So like, correct, supposed to be modular. Lol. Okay. The mech troopers from XCOM. Even the design looks like mech troopers. Effectively, for those of you who know Fallout lore, one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that the power armor in Fallout wasn't designed as armor. It's not supposed to be like a walking tank. The purpose of power armor in Fallout was that it's supposed to be cheap enough but effective enough so that you could carry large, heavy weapons that might require backpack fed, like Gatling guns, Gatling lasers, heavy weapons, and also be able to move further, faster, survive long drops off of buildings. It basically turns you into a super soldier, but the armor itself is still like you could still get shot with a 308 and go through the armor. It's not really protection as much as it is enhancement. And that's kind of what a Titan suit is. A Titan suit is, do you want to fist fight a Van Duel? Get in a Titan suit. You want to be able to like be a one-man, weapons platform so you don't have to call in a tank or an airstrike? Get a Titan suit. But they're going to cost more to repair, cost more to maintain. Probably don't see many of them. There might be one per Marine squad sort of thing. And I guarantee you, if I'm right about Star Citizen lore, no fucking Marine wants to be the guy in the Titan suit. Because your job is take all the gear. Your ammo, bitch. Enjoy taking all of the explosives and ammo for your entire squad as you chuck through an alien jungle to go fight in aliens that want to stab you in the face with a giant spear, and you're the biggest target. As a registered heavy weapons guy, I will own a Titan suit. Yeah. And enough room for a Q-36 space modulator. All right, now I'm gonna go. Got me on the Titan. Chat, don't get me on the Titan. You know what I'm gonna say. Be right back. Oh no, I would own it as well. I'm just saying, like, it's not this OP thing that a lot of people think it is. You're the mule, designated mule.
Drugs.
You can take away my spaceship.
Everyone!
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Pramster just resubscribed for 60 months. Le pew pew.
Volt is an important thing to talk about. I want those Titan suits so I can manhandle those 32 SU crates. It'd be interesting if you could pick those up. It's weird to me the minigun would be from Volt, even though it looks very much like a bearing weapon. Also, it's belt fed, which implies the existence of ammo backpack for it. Are you talking about the big Titan suit weapon? That's not a Volt weapon. There's no way that's a Volt weapon. Thank you, Pramster, for that 60 months of support. All right. Closing all that down. Okay. All right, let's look at the level design.
Inside stars.
It's labeled as Volt Ballistic HMG. Why would Volt have a ballistic HMG? All right. I'm running an ad real quickly, just so no one can get mad at this sort of thing. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Paul, we'll get Paul from Titan Suits to Clan Mechs or Inner Sphere Mechs. I doubt it, but we'll see. Talking of Titan Suits, I'm with my exosuit in No Man's Sky. Nice. The one with the top handle that they were showing, I'm pretty sure it's a Titan weapon. There's no way it's not a Titan weapon, unless you're like hip firing it like you're in the Aliens. With the physical based cargo moving, CIG seems to want in the game. I think they're going to heavily nerf planetside tractor beams. Yeah, no, 100%. Like handheld tractor beams are going to get absolutely nerfed into the ground. Oh, we talked about it a little bit earlier, Deep Light. Would Mule, by the way, would Mule shine finally? I think that they're going to make the Mule work. Whatever it is, they're going to make it work. I wouldn't put past CIG of taking the Mule and turning it into the Mule 1T and giving it a big tractor beam to make it a little bit more useful. My Discord joked about the Mule DS, which I actually think would be a good idea. And it would be very Drake to just stick a tractor beam on top and have a seat where somebody with a tractor beam sits in an external seat, operates a tractor beam, picks up a ship, an item, and the person who's driving the mule drives it around and you just dump it off. That makes sense. I agree to disagree, but I'm not opposed to the idea either, to be honest. Yeah, we're a little earlier. Actually, you missed 2 hours of the stream. I have to end it a little early because I've got to finish up the lore video for what's supposed to be this week and it's now going to be next week. But I've got some other cool things, so we'll see. I might be able to... probably not, but we'll see. I have a potential good thing for the Astro Historian. The first good thing I've had, period, actually. Not the first good thing I've had, period, but like the first of this type that I've had where it's been reached out to me. So we'll see. All right. Now that we've cleared all of the advertisements, let's get started.
Our citizen is many different things to many different people. But at the center of it all is our desire to educate about the very nature of game development itself. And in this week's part 2 of our 3-part experimentation and format, we lean into that aspect and explore some of the foundational philosophies that guide just one of the teams that are continuously working to iterate and improve on the persistent universe as it prepares to grow in this year's upcoming Alpha 4.0. Now, where last week we met the team, this week it's how we work level design with the folks from the Frankfurt level design team.
Sounds like someone's playing pool in the background.
Well, level design, it's probably one of the hardest things to describe in game development.
We take gameplay elements and we take the environment and we just bring all that together.
It is more than the sum of all of its pieces. You can't just kind of speed level design a forest log cabin. That's not enough. Like, what is the player doing there? What does it mean? Why does this thing exist in this space? What can the player do as well?
You've got the environment art that makes the art itself. This is not us. We have the gameplay teams that make all the gameplay elements, and this is not us. What we do is we take these two things, we combine them together and make it cohesive environment for you guys. We design the space itself, and we also accommodate everything that goes inside of it.
A lot of the things that you use, like hangars, ATC, I hate to say it, transit systems.
Elevator rides.
Wait, you're responsible for the elevators?
Elevators are our problem, yeah.
No, we're just a setup site.
If you die in the elevator, that's actually a problem from the coding side. We just we're throwing them under the bus.
Is it possible in a sandbox game to have level design?
Yes, because you have to consider all of the individual constituent pieces and why they need to exist together. You can throw anything in there, but you have to account for, like, does this begin to break the game? So you have conversations with economy, you have conversations with code, you have conversations with system design, mission design, and you have to figure out how all these pieces, again, stitch together.
What was the armor set in the beginning?
So there are 6 principles.
Design a forest log cabin, that's not enough.
This one? That's the Astkov armor. It's one of the the premium armors. I think you can get them in game though.
Anything you interact with within the environment, you can see as clear as possible.
Next is flow and leading lines.
It's creating a good composition.
Okay, we go back a little bit.
Together.
So there are 6 principles for good level design.
First is readability. This basically means clarity in your environment.
You're going to make sure within your layouts that everybody can understand where they need to go, what they need to do.
All the affordances need to make sense. The typical one could be, I've got a door in front of me. How do you describe a locked door from an unlocked door?
For example, you're fighting an AI, and they can read easily the elements, the gameplay elements. You need to understand your cover space. You need to find the AI within the space. If the AI is in a black area, you will not see it at all. And this is very important for us. We really focus on this kind of stuff, and we make sure that anything you interact with within the environment, you can see as clear as possible.
The next is flow and leading lines.
It's creating a good composition of all these things, from layout, lighting, some props, a good mix of combat spaces or like combat encounters, and then time for exploration, and then doing a mix between both.
We make sure.
So there's a famous example that I've been quoted before, which I believe was Half-Life? Could have been Doom. But there was a level where the devs had built an entire secondary location that was like a cutout from the wall. And no one took it because, or like everyone took it rather than no one went down the hallway. Everyone took the secondary location, even though it just looped around from this wall. It was just a big horseshoe, so you went back to the original place. And people got lost because you could go down this metal corridor, which was obviously existing, and then there was a cutout in the wall, and people were like, oh, cutout in the wall, I'll go there. And then they'd loop back onto the main corridor. When they looped back on the main corridor, they got lost and didn't know where they were. And so it was all about readability and flow. Basically, how the level flowed from location to location is important because it's so easy for people to get lost. This was done in like their own internal testing, got lost, that kind of stuff. So
sure that you're not going always on a straight line. We make sure that you're not spending 2 hours walking from one space to the other.
In Pyro, you'll come across a lot more players as we funnel them into a certain space. With a concentration of missions, for example, or things to do, that is flow to us on the flow level, that is higher on the chart. And then certain areas will be a bit more on the lower end of your pacing. Leading lines is a compositional technique.
Some examples can be you are following the cables from one interactable through to another area to interact with another element. You're being breadcrumbed along, you're being led along these leading lines.
With the Pyro station, you have the core element, you have the arms pointing towards the center. It's a very simple example, but more on a larger scale. But we look at it also on a room basis.
We're trying to direct you through to a discoverable place over here, or trying to direct you through to like a vent. We're using light and cables to navigate you through these spaces.
Third is options. We want to give you guys multiple options so you can complete your objective the way you want it.
In context of our game is giving the player the opportunity to approach certain situations in different ways or get an idea of the situation in the first place.
You have straightforward options, the combat route. You have a more sneaky option for players that don't like to engage in combat so much. Or you can also have like a puzzle route for players that like to do more interesting environment interactions.
Then there is clustering. Clustering also falls into the compositional techniques, or more in the layout side of things.
Clustering means that you start like bringing objects together to create something a bit more natural.
You put importance on things by grouping certain things up into clusters. A specific Pyro example would be the Outposts, where you have a big landing pad in the center, and then you have groups of clusters of buildings that are arranged around it, and they form like points of interest by themselves.
We've not always been successful with clustering, but moving forwards into the future, especially with Pyro, we're taking a renewed effort to concentrate and cluster things properly.
Finally, there's scale and proportion. Scale is important in how you vary it. If everything is large, for example, nothing is large anymore.
We are the one that defines all the metrics for FPS, but also for ships. We're talking about ships that have a few meters to some ships that have hundreds of meters. And we need to make sure that the transition from A to B feels always smooth and natural, right?
If you, for example, come from a maintenance corridor or a small little packed little vent and expose yourself to this big room, you'll get it more likely an aha moment.
So we still have a very big open spaces, but condense the gameplay space a bit more. So the players don't have so much options to walk around. but still get like the sense and the immersion of like a big open space.
Proportion is just also feeds into scale.
So you can use proportions to be able to scale up like what is kind of the background space, what is the foreground space, and what is the midground space of like what is immediately interesting to you as a player and what is in the background that's not yet relevant to you. So you can land at one outpost on Pyro 2 and you can see yourself in a sort of like habitation outpost village. Down the hill you can see there's a refinery area, but the main feature of this place that you were drawn to initially was this massive mining tower. These become like your immediate foreground, your midground, and your background. But again, you can always come into your ship and go to this massive mining tower. Therefore, this becomes the new foreground. You're always orbiting it, you're transferring around. This becomes your landmark to orientate yourself around all these other spaces nearby.
Okay.
Traditionally, in level design, you start out with a pre-production phase. This is where we ideate, conceptualize, we gather references, we do sketches, we do top-down layouts of our brain map, put things together.
We then go into white box, which is literally going into the editor, start mocking things up in 3D, creating the space, and defining where the gameplay elements are. We have a shop on the right, shop on the left, your elevator transit over here. We work at different scales at this point, and we define basically everything in the location, but with very, very basic shapes.
And then we hand it over to art, so the focus lies more on art for gray boxing, making things more pretty, with us still having an eye on it to see that the original concept is still intact.
And then finally we'll move into final art, and the level designers will be able to kind of keep all of these locations, like the intent of the location is kept consistent. It doesn't veer off too much into suddenly it's too big or too small. This is the original design direction that we wanted from beginning through to end.
Once a location is released, it's not finished for us because there's always maintenance and additions that we do. When there's a new functionality, a new gameplay coming in, we go in and we add them to all the locations. We retrofit the locations. So whenever there is a bug in the PU, we have to maintain these locations. So we would go into new babbage and fix AI placements or shops not working anymore. But mostly, level design is also about coordinating with every team.
So be it with like lighting, mission team, environment art, audio, narrative, they work more or less in their pockets, and then we try to keep an eye on like the big picture to bring everything together and look that everything is coherent and cohesive.
What is important to us, or what we really want you to experience is a nicer flow in the stations. I think what we realized with Stanton is, you just take a ton of elevators from place to place. We kind of want to optimize that for you. Make it a bit more efficient so you don't spend a lot of time going from A to B.
We are trying to bring, for example, the clinic and the habitation right away into the shopping area and trying to make it much more compact.
At the same time, we really, really want to offer some good gameplay content within the stations outside of missions that you can go into and discover on your own as you explore.
We try to improve pyro stations with all the lessons we've got from Stanton.
And now for outposts, each location has to have its own identity. Like, does this outpost fulfill the need for a combat space? Does this outpost fulfill the need for like a social space? Does this outpost fulfill the need for like a puzzle space? All these factors come into play and come into consideration when creating a whole new location.
We want you to be able to discover little points of interest around the outpost. It's kind of feathered. If you come across an outpost, there will be multiple sub-locations around it. These could be like villages around it. This could be derelict settlements that are abandoned and you have to go into and can find potentially loot in.
And once you've landed your ship, you are no more than a short walk away from the main reason you've arrived at this outpost, which is to trade. We want to encourage the use of ground vehicles to be able to pick up your cargo that you bought from this place, load up your little Drake mule, drive it over to your ship, load that ship, and then fly out with your goods.
We wanted to create a location that felt real. So you had, the logistic is there. The AI created roads between the different points of interest within the outpost so that it feels logical for a player to walk in or to traverse.
Pyro is always dangerous.
Roads. Chat. Roads. In the outpost. But roads. It's one of the things I'm waiting for. Give me roads to different outposts.
So any social space can turn into a combat scenario. So you need to be able to duck into cover at a moment's notice, even when you're doing nice, easy trade and socials. So we have to provide you with opportunities for cover and exciting FPS combat scenarios.
There's a lot of things to consider for an open world game that on this scale. You have to account for multiple, situations and have players also be able to deal with all kinds of circumstances. So it is a complex undertaking. It's a challenging one, but this is what we want to account for in Pyro as much as we can.
Level design matters or is important because we think of a very broad scale and try to craft and create a great experience for you as the player.
Level design ends up being greater than the sum of all of its parts. I get to talk with all these different disciplines at CIG, but also get to kind of like hold the hand of the player and curate that all the way through.
We focus on the player experience. We look at all the features that exist and we try to bring them up all together into a cohesive environment that feels really fun for the players.
Do you always succeed?
No, but it's not always like within our hands, but we always try our best to, within the framework we have, to create like the best possible experience for you guys.
So we've learned a lot from our time in Stanton, and we love hearing all the feedback we get from you as players. We want to take that all on board and begin establishing ourselves forwards when we come into Pyro.
What we really want to do also is balance out gameplay with the visuals. I mean, in the past, we've seen a lot of focus being spent on the visuals and less so on the content. This needs to switch around and find an even plane and level design.
Yes! Oh my fucking God. I'm tired of aesthetic outposts. They make no sense. They're just aesthetic for aesthetic purposes. They don't have like a role in game. Like, here's the reality of how humans function. Humans do not build things unless they have a purpose. Sometimes that purpose is to be beautiful, to look good. But like, we wouldn't build a trash pile for a trash pile. Like, we wouldn't just take a bunch of things and stick them higgledy-piggledy together to create a giant weird structure unless that weird structure had a purpose. Because humans are lazy. We are lazy pieces of shit who will never do more effort than we need to. Like, so, like, as much as I enjoy the crazy, architecture of, say, the Dusters outposts all over Stanton, why do they exist?
Design is just one way we're doing this in Pyro. We as level designers really want to make Pyro and Stanton in the future a great experience for the players. From a flow perspective, boring you less, making things more efficient for you as you follow the gameplay loops that you want to follow, and offer you gameplay content that you can just discover on your own.
So what did we learn this week?
So let's look at this, right? All of these buildings need to have a purpose. Obviously, the central building is some sort of radio tower, some sort of communications tower. And it's likely left over from whatever mining operation was available at the time where this was. Some of these buildings might be repurposed buildings from the original mining operation. Some of them may be built for habitats or storage facilities or processing locations or like garages, whatever. But like all of these buildings need to have a purpose. They shouldn't just be there. They need to be, there's a reason for them to exist, and that makes sense into the location where they are. That's the biggest problem that CIG has right now, is that a lot of the stuff just looks cute. There's so many like Dusters outposts that just look cool, but it's like, but it kind of lacks a punch. It lacks a meat. Like, I want to see what this is for. Like, how many times have you seen a store that doesn't look like a fucking store? It's just a kiosk stuck inside a building. Like, that's not a store. No store I've ever been to looks anything fucking like this. How is this a store? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Build a store.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that level design is a
Just make them not trashed. It's okay if they're trashed, as long as they're trashed in a way that makes sense. Like if CIG wants like examples, look at any refugee camp that has ever existed. You know, there's some great examples from South Africa in the 70s and 80s and 90s during apartheid. There were entire towns built where Black Africans would live away from white Africans. These towns would build like out of scrap, but they look like fucking works of art. Like they like really well built buildings, but just with the materials they had on hand. And so they look really off, but if you actually like look at them, they're all well maintained. They just made out of garbage, you know, almost. Like those things are like, those are fine. Trash is okay as long as it's trash reasonable. Like unless that outpost is entirely like attacked, assaulted, then yeah, there shouldn't be garbage on the ground. People generally don't leave garbage on the ground. There should be a garbage pile, a midden pile somewhere, but yeah. The other problem I have is a lot of outposts have no reason to exist. Like humans build where resources are, like water, specific valuable resources, something like that. You just don't put it in the middle of nowhere. Make it make sense. Another streamer I follow critiques cheap games on stream, and one of the recurring complaint is this level was made by somebody who's never been inside a building. A factory that is just a series of corridors that leads to open rooms for gunfights, etc. No purpose to the rooms or the factory, etc. Even if there's a aesthetic reason, even if it looks like it has a purpose, like look at the refinery decks on stations. They have these giant crucibles. I think they're called crucibles, where they melt ore and stuff like that are all over the place. And there's like catwalks, which are just there that look like they're aesthetic, but like they make sense in some case because they're by these crucibles. It looks like it exists for a reason. Like this is where you go to refine things. But the problem is that it's just over that. This makes sense because you're just going to walk past them. You're not there going to examine all of them in detail. Yes, mining outposts should be near large ore veins, and farms should have large greenhouses, or at least be on land that is heavily like it's easily farmed. You know, like very nutrient land stuff. Like if you look at human civilization on our planet right now, 80%, if not 100%, I don't know the actual statistics, but the vast majority of human settlements are on or right next to, or right on or nearby bodies of water. That has always been the case. Every human civilization has built around water. Why would that be different in the future? So you're saying we should build in a land between two rivers? No, it's just that the facilities and the outposts should be built in locations that make sense for where they are. Gillette Family Farms and Selin, which is not moist. Having family farms doesn't necessarily, you know, on a place that doesn't exactly need them, isn't necessarily bad, but we should see a gigantic motherfucking, greenhouse, and maybe it should be nearby some glaciers that exist, because Selin is got cryovolcanoes all over it. So there should be maybe if CIG started adding these like large water sources where people could mine for water ice, or just have giant glaciers that are nearby, or maybe even some sort of thing that represents some sort of well that they can draw water up to help grow for their industrial processes. Like there needs to be that sort of thing, like a mining location, a Hurston Dynamics mining facility should be right where a bunch of materials are. You can make those materials cheap as fuck, but it should be where players should go, I'm going to go there because I know the distribution of resources is going to be near that. There is no logic to where outposts are. It's just wherever CIG wants them to be right now. Maybe there is an internal logic that we don't know about, that I don't know about, but it doesn't feel like it. I don't sit here and go, that's why this is here. You know, like at least Lorville is built next to the ocean. Like, I think if I remember correctly, one side of Lorville faces a sea. That makes sense. It's got access to water. You know, Orison is a little weird because, like, you know, where it is. But, like, why would you build there? There's got to be a reason for Orison to have been built there. Maybe there's a hydrogen pocket right underneath Orison where they can mine. There should be some visual indicators of that. Same with, and like Microtech, New Babbage is built on a lake. It's frozen, but it's a lake. Yeah, we found the massive loading and unloading offshore ports, which reference some sort of sea-going, shipping that might have maybe automated like drone ships that can go around. If settlements are just two small buildings in the middle of nowhere, why are there only two buildings? Well, it makes sense. There's plenty of places that are just two buildings that are like ranches or small like outposts, but they should also be there as well. Orison's on the equator. Orison's on the equator? Isn't it like on the northern pole? Yeah, it's supposed to be low-G shipyards, but the CIG hasn't modeled Orison to have low-G environments. Yeah, Orison's left over from naval fleet yards, but why would they build a naval fleet yard in that location? Like, here's a great example. Who here has heard of Diego Garcia? Many of you may have been in Diego Garcia, but Diego Garcia is a small atoll in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It is also a gigantic military base. Why would the US military, with the help of the British, build a gigantic military base out of a tiny atoll in the middle of the Indian Ocean? Because it gives them a strategic advantage to deploy in any part of that region. Like a lot of US Air Force and Navy strikes that took place in Afghanistan and in Iraq and a lot of those regions flew out of Diego Garcia. But it's just a tiny atoll in the middle of nowhere, because that's part of the reason why. Why would the Navy build, they call it Providence Platform. Why would they build Providence Platform where they did in Crusader? There's got to be a strategic reason to build it there. It can't just be there. The Navy just wouldn't have just do that. They should be doing it for a strategic reason. Calgary and Oss has a pipeline to feed it water because it's a major gold mining area. Exactly. There's no water, but it's huge. There's a lot of gold in that area. Dynamic weather is still planned. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that's a little extensive, though, there, Jeremiah. Everything should be destructible and reconstructed. Population should resettle. That's a little bit too extreme and for what CIG is shooting for right now. They already got a lot on their plate. Does CIG ever mention why they want to implement weather, or do you answer this already in another office hours poll? I haven't, but they have definitely. They're doing dynamic weather. In fact, the last Squadron 42 monthly report, or was it Star Citizen monthly report? One of the last monthly reports, they directly mentioned dynamic weather. They call it something like the accumulation, weather accumulation is what they talk about. So, or environmental accumulation. So, I mean, Stanton's population resettled forcibly at the barrel of a gun, which they've sort of brushed under the rug, though that seemed like that was the case for a long time. Still like the idea that the Dusters are the original settlers of Stanton. I think that makes sense in terms of story, and it makes it more unique and interesting and gives you a little bit more of the not so good guy feel to the UEE by doing some awful shit even after the measures. So Stanton is Diego Garcia. Originally it was. At least the Providence platform, which was built as a naval base, was like that. Because that's exactly what it was designed for, because Crusader or Stanton itself was right along the major shipping route. So they wanted to be able to protect it, especially since it has a fucking jump point to Pyro. Hey, our major shipping route, we've got a shortcut on a major shipping route to some of the most important places in our in the universe. That also happens to be right next to a gigantic clusterfuck. Hello, Red Sea. Hello, Somalia. Like, yeah, I know you are, because but for those who don't know, Diego Garcia was an abandoned island. It was an uninhabited island that the French and then the British eventually took over. When they took over, they imported African slaves and created a coconut plantation there. And it wasn't turned into a massive naval base and military base until the Cold War, until the 70s. And in the process of making this giant base, they kicked out all the families that were living there, the descendants of the African slaves that had been living there who had been indentured servants and eventually kind of freed local labor populations for the coconut plantations. They had been there for 300 years by that point. They just kicked them out and refused to give them back. So I could see the Dusters being kind of an analogous to that population. Maybe that's why the Ninetails hate Crusaders so much? No. The Ninetails were not from that region. It's the Dusters that are most likely that native population that was kicked out and then eventually came back. Well, the idea of giving Stanton to the corporations was so that they didn't have to pay for a naval base, because then now the corporations are responsible to deal with that shit, because now it's in their vested interest to keep it safe so that their shipments don't get attacked. The problem is that corporations don't give a fuck. Apparently, the current Evo build is in the PTU channel, but only open to the Evo. So we might be sooner than we thought. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of people think that. Thought that it's going to take longer, but I can guarantee you that 3.24 is coming out before the end of July, probably middle of July. CIG wants to push that hard, so. Corporations don't give a fuck. It ain't so. There's just also a long history in the Star Citizen universe of corporations being given a lot of responsibility and immediately just like saying, don't care. Again, Star Citizen is the story of an empire that's about to collapse. It's a dying empire. There's going to be a lot of shit like that.
Discipline that brings many other aspects of game development together to form what we always hope is a cohesive and enjoyable experience for the player. That the philosophies and precepts that guide their decisions continue to evolve as they learn important lessons from the development of Stanton and, of course, apply it to Pyro. And that Pyro itself continues to inspire an experience that should be markedly different from the one we have today in Stanton. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
Hey. Jared, Will, David, Julian, Dave. There's 2 Daves. Alex, Tom, Toby, Luke, Joe, and Mercy. Nice. Since you want to push hard, but they get incredible on the map, I can hung up. Oh, so wait. So was the Was the idea that Evo build was in PTU rather than ePTU? Is that the reason why you were saying that name so long to annoy anyone? Because I agree with Andrew on that one. That's not an indication of like exactly when it's going to come out. I still think it's going to come out pretty quickly, and I'm gonna counter Andrew because we all know here's the reality, Andrew. 3.24 is going to come out, and the blockade runner is not going to be part of the build. They're going to release blockade runner in 3.24.1, which will come out in August. But who knows? Maybe they'll push it out broken, not give a shit, and keep moving. Yeah, don't get it messed up. ePTU doesn't mean Evocati PTU. ePTU means extended PTU. PTU is PTU. I thought that what they were saying was that those people who aren't in PTU, aren't in Evocati, can see the PTU. Because I don't think if you're Evocati, you can even see the PTU, can you? Yeah, maybe. It's already in the not yet ready for testing list, so I think it's probably get hung up on it early. Nah, I think the reason why it's not ready for testing list is more than likely because they want to make sure that the basic fundamentals are in, because it's been clear that whatever they're doing is causing some massive fucks with the back end. There's some problem with the database that's related to the current system that they're testing. Because I can't imagine the cargo missions being that intensive right now. Nah, I think cargo missions still coming out 3.24. They've been working on the cargo missions in the back end for a very long time, like 2 years now. So I don't think it's the cargo missions are the thing that was been causing problems. Elliot in the CIG break room just said that they're polishing them. That's been Elliot's baby for 2 years. Elliot's been like absolutely just bearing down on that one because Elliot doesn't like people calling them out. Elliot, where's my cargo? Where's my cargo? my cargo missions there, Elliot. I said it because it could consider that build could open up to wave 1 next week sometime. So they have it in PTU channel. That way it could open up if they wanted to. That's the way it always works though. That's the way all the PTUs in Evocati work. People just maybe aren't as experienced with this sort of thing, but the way it typically works is the Evocati will get it in PTU, in the PTU branch, and then we'll test it for a while. Sometimes it can be a long time, sometimes it can be a short time. It really depends on a lot of different factors. Sometimes Evocati testing is just, does this crash or not? No, push it to wave 1 PTU. Sometimes it's they really want us to kind of work down some issues, really test some very specific things, and that can take a little bit longer. It really depends on what the developers want. And then it goes to wave 1 PTU. But the status of it being in PTU doesn't mean anything. Just for that, all cargo missions will now reward redeemers. Don't you put that voodoo on me, Treesan. Don't you put that hex on me. The person I'm not touching 3.24. I'll wait till a patch or 6 for the game breaking hanger bugs to get built with. See you in 2 years, Inferno Droid. I do think people are jumping the gun by saying that 4.0 is going to get delayed because of this, though. Because let's be honest here, Star Citizen fans. Do you think it's more likely that CIG just pushes out a broken, barely functioning patch that has all of the things they technically needed to have in it, and then release everything else later, so they can technically say everything wins in 4.0? Or do you think they'll sit down and take their time and really work on making sure that everything makes it, even if it doesn't hit their timetables? Laughing as if that's the case. What's the woke then? Woke 4.0 is never going to be on time anyway. Bespoke, you're going to get 4.0 and it's going to barely work. You'll get exactly what they need and nothing else. No, 4.0 is coming out by CitizenCon. There's no way CIG is not releasing 4.0 by CitizenCon. Kind of like how 3.18 was released, or was it 3.23 was released before Invictus? Because CIG is already planning on having it released before Invictus or before CitizenCon, because they want to talk at CitizenCon about a bunch of other things, including the magical 1.0 release build, which is, we have no fucking idea how long it's going to take. So just from a like a optics perspective, there's no way they don't release a 4.0 build like that is too live by CitizenCon. I know that see in 2 years comment is mostly a joke, but I haven't actually even logged into the launcher since 3.18. I have no issue waiting 2 years to get a good experience out of it, to get irritated. You're smarter than the rest of us, Inferno Droid. Okay. Herbert, let's look at the features, because I wanna be very clear on this. Because we know what 4.0s have so far, and CIG says they're going to have more. And no. Okay. Okay, so let's collapse all of the stuff. Let's go into here. So, 4.0 has a bunch of features. Now, CIG is sort of hiding features. They're doing what they did with 3.23, and I'm not doing this as a gotcha for CIG or anything. It's CIG is playing the technically card because they want to make it look flashy, despite it not being super flashy, but still being important. Like, let's look at this. 15 locations. That's impressive, right? 15 locations. What are we getting? All of the pyro system. Each planet is given its own, and moon are given its own thing. Oh, and jump points, and outpost colonialism, and pyro space stations. Like, they're all given their own entry, because technically any one of them could be removed. Will they be removed? No, they will not be removed, because CIG will throw them in even if they have no content on them. Yeah, Pyro could technically be a single card. You could put it into 3, like implementing the Pyro system, the space stations, and the outposts. And jump points is 4. Hey, I'm not new, but I haven't played in around 2 years. Wow, welcome back. It's a lot of stuff has been added in the last 2 years, Babkins. So like this is 4 parts, right? Characters, additional player customization, pretty simple. I wouldn't be surprised if that got in. Kazi Grazer, maybe not. It's not essential to the game. Gameplay, fire hazard, engineering, life support, solar burst. The only thing that really matters is solar burst, because that's an environmental thing for Spyro. But these 3 are all part of the same system: the fire engineering, fire hazard, and life support. They could almost certainly get removed, or not removed. They'll get pushed off to a 4.0.1 patch. That doesn't have to come out in 4.0 for CIG to hit its stated goals of 4.0. The Zeus doesn't have to come out, but ships are ships. They rarely delay ships. In fact, they often get ships done faster. And if they work into displays, maybe, maybe not. That's not essential for 4.0. Multi-tool update, doesn't matter. Not charge and drain, same. Fire extinguisher, none of these are really there, but like the fire extinguisher is, you have the fire extinguisher if you have, you know, fire hazards. Charge and drain is engineering and that kind of thing. Like, maybe. And core tech, transit system refactor, that's probably something, but it's not flashy. It's just making sure that the transit system can work even with server meshing. Mission system refactor, same, to making sure we work with server meshing and server meshing 1.0. So that's really just working for citizens. It could be put down to the server meshing, you know, but it's three cards. So it's server meshing, pyro, and jump points. Everything else can be removed out. So even though there are, what, 16, 17, 29 entries, it's really like 5 entries that's been broken up into stuff. I disagree. Engineering is probably more complete than server meshing. Here, let me explain something. It's not that it's complete. It's that it requires time to implement and test. One of the reasons why 3.24 content is being released in 3.24 and not a 3.2, 3.2, whatever, it wasn't released earlier, is because they had a time crunch. CIG needed to get Invictus out, which I hate that it's the right decision, but it was the right decision because they made more than enough money off of it. Got a lot of attention for it. But you got to do what you can do to keep the doors open and keep people paid, but it just sucks. But they needed to get Invictus in, and everything else was secondary. So they wanted to get as much as they could done in. The big part being things like the decoupling of the server of the replication layer. But that took a lot of time and effort to track down those problems. And so, as we can tell right now, there's some issue with the database, or there were some other issues that were causing problems with the cargo stuff that was just like, let's not focus on that. Let's focus on what we can get done before Invictus and get that done. And that's what they did. They focused on that, they got it done, and now they're working on this other stuff, which still causes problems. Engineering is a massive implementation. It affects every ship in the game. I can imagine it causing a lot of problems to test every ship for all of the engineering gameplay. That is going to be a lot of work. And any one ship could have a small problem which could theoretically destroy the entire server if implemented. Is it likely? I have no idea, but it's possible. So anything that is not built around the core promises of 4.0, which is jump points, server meshing, and pyro, is not necessary for 4.0 to go out live. Do I think they dumbed down engineering? No, they just remove engineering from 4.0's initial launch and put it into a 4.0.1 after CitizenCon. Even though I haven't played since 3.18, I've been keeping up with the game, to date with the game, and there's been some decent additions to the game, so I know that once I do play, the game will be more improved. That's a good, I mean, like, Inferno, I'm not saying you're bad, it's just the right decision. The smart people who are involved in Star Citizen bought the game back in 2012 and forgot it exists, and will come back when it gets released and go, oh, I remember I kickstarted this thing 14 years ago, 15 years ago. Sure, I'll play it now, you know. Do you think they should dumb down engineering? No. No. They don't need to do that. And there are a lot of old ships that might cause engineering system issues. Exactly. So, like, I think they have a handle on it, and I think they're probably more prepared with more of these systems and ships than we realize, because a lot of this stuff is already implemented for Squadron 42 ships. But the problem isn't is it able to be put in? The problem is what other problems could it cause for the build? That's a fair point. Engineering is a great system, but I think people should look at engineering as flight engineers. You typically have one flight engineer who fixes as needed, not a bunch of engineers maintaining an active ship. Yeah. I'm confident in Thorsten and his team. I'm pretty sure they'll do okay. And everyone I've talked to at CIG about 4.0 is very confident that everything they put onto this roadmap is good to go. They think they can make it. They think it's possible. And I don't think they're wrong. I think, though, when the rubber meets the road, when the chips are down, they're going to have to make a call. And that call is not going to be fun. It's going to be, we need 4.0 out for CitizenCon. I could see CIG releasing 4.0 in September, like the last week of September.
Silky68 just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you so much for giving those 2 subs there, Silky. You're very important, pupper, very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. My bet is 4.0 live Q4 beginning October in time for CitizenCon. Exactly. Dr. Tennessee, Dr. or Dirt and Stylo. CIG's never needed to hit a date more than they need to hit their date for 4.0. They don't need to necessarily hit because they've kind of a general date. They're like Q3, and for CIG, Q3 is whenever the fuck they want it to be. But who knows? Maybe I'm insane. Maybe CIG is going to get it out in August. I would be ecstatic if CIG got Squadron 4.0 out in October or in August. I would be doing handstands at that point. I would be absolutely cheering and pumping my fist and be like, holy shit, CIG managed to hit a fucking date. But I'm not gonna CIG's gotten better, but better doesn't mean they hit dates. Well, when I say hit their date, I mean 4.0 before CitizenCon. Yeah. They may have a lot of work already done and just wait for testing and releasing with the need for prior to that. They've had Pyro in a complete state for fucking years. And by complete state, I mean like you could get in, you could play it, you could fly around it. But I imagine there were giant missing sections of the station and the planetary body, like the outposts weren't fun. The AI was garbage. Portions of the planet you'd fall through them. Like there's probably a lot of problems with Pyro, but they've been talking and showing off content from Pyro for literally 4 years. Like it's not even a joke how long they've been showing it off, to the point where like we've been getting Pyro content in Stanton because they had it done. like the derelict outposts are all just Pyro content. You heard it here, gymnastics from Paul. I am not a gymnast. I don't know what you're saying. Handstands. That's what you're saying. Yes, I would be doing handstands. I get it now. Again, the biggest problem that CIG has currently is not their pipelines for content. It's their back-end services functioning. That has been the biggest bottleneck. Every time I have talked with a CIG dev, or I have looked at like monthly reports or seen the way things goes through, it's very clear that devs are waiting for the backend systems to function so they can really actually start doing things. Every single time they get everything up to speed, the devs kind of do a bunch of content dumps. They just do a shit ton of work with what they have, and then they wait and until like the backend services are finished. And if 4.0, or should say when 4.0 comes out and it has server meshing, that is the last of the backend tech that's really vital for content to be produced. Arguably, there's still the dynamic economy, which is important, and that's probably the more important when it comes to content, but that's more of hooking things in and kind of redistributing how missions work and stuff like that. It's not going to change how cargo functions or how to attack a bounty hunting target or whatever. Like that's mostly just how the missions are distributed and the economy functions, which is important, but you can still play the game without that functioning. Well, all those things you mentioned for Pyro, moves closer to the mic. We played through those in Stanton the last 24 patches, pretty much. Okay, Q1 means March 31st, Q2 means June 30th, Q3 means September 30th, and Q4 means December 31st. Had to wait for the commercial to end. Okay. Questions, how long till after Pyro do you think we'll see Nyx? 4.1. No, not 4.1. May. Next May. And that may seem optimistic. That may seem optimistic, but the biggest things that CIG struggles with when it comes to content for like a system is landing zones. And there is already a landing zone for Nyx. I miss my Bazaar, yeah. Which is Levski, Delamar Levski. And they've been updating Delamar and Levski along with all of the other stuff as they've been going. It's been weird. Every so often you'll see Delamar pop up and it's like, why the fuck is they talking about Delamar? It's like, oh, they're adding light switches to Delamar. Like, Delamar's been gone for 2 years. Why are you still working on it? It's like, because it's still the landing zone for Levski. The biggest thing with Levski, and this is and Nyx, this is the important part, is scanning. Nyx you don't add Nyx until you get the gameplay for Nyx, and Nyx's main gameplay is stealth and scanning. That dark nebula that it's on the edge of is an important part of its identity. So similar to how you have CMEs for Pyro, where you can just get your ship randomly knocked out because of a solar flare. With Nyx, it's about having to scan and using your scanning stuff to be able to see where you're going and having to avoid obstacles and stuff like that. It's all about the kind of the darkness with Nyx, because Nyx is the goddess of night. So, yeah. Now, I originally thought that they might do multiple systems at once because they seem to be working on things multiple times, multiple systems at the same time. But it's clear that CIG's kind of pulled back from that idea and more focused on an individual system to really kind of bring it up to their own standards or whatever. Environmental hazards, yeah. The game needs scanning gameplay so bad, that, and I would love to see some repair gameplay after engineering. That's one of the things they're adding for Pyro. They've talked about, there's a specific mission that they're going to do for Pyro that they talked about possibly adding in 3.23 a while back, which was the repair mission. So there's a mission. If you've played like any of those mechanic simulators, but a mission. So you go to a scrapyard, a ship gets summoned from the ground. You go into your job is to go to a cargo deck, summon in the right materials that you need, take those materials and then tractor beam them into a ship and install them into the ship so it's fixed, and then it lowers down, you get a new ship coming up. That's a mechanic there, or a mission they were playing with the idea of, and they're still working on it. And it's something that they want to do in Pyro, is this sort of salvage scrap repair mission, where you also go through and like the repair holes in the ships, like with a salvage gun and stuff like that. So yeah, like those are the key ones: repair and scanning, because you need repair obviously for crafting, because they're two sides of the same coin in that sense, and scanning is important for bounty hunting. Can you assume that Nyx is closer, or scanning 2.0, because of the release of the Zeus ES and not the CL? First, CIG seems to do things with a purpose, even if that purpose is not great on release. Scanning is coming out before Nyx just because the fucking Rambler, or not, the Cutter Scout exists. They made a big fucking deal about that goddamn scanning technology on the Scout, and they were like, we're going to talk about scanning soon. It's clear that that's their priority post 4.0, is scanning. So we're becoming the RMA department. Wait, we become Scooter's RMA department, basically. Scanning is a huge part of the game. I think I just like saying Nyx. Is that the reason why Nyx is your home? Nyx is a cool sounding name. Hey, yeah, Billy took Connie with a bum quantum drive. Take a look at it, get it working, huh? Man, I would kill for CIG to hire Wicked Wookie to voice Scooter to do missions like that. That would be fucking amazing. Scanning means stealth, and scanning means scanning plus stealth plus cargo equals smuggling. I mean, yeah, I'm a little biased in that one too. But like, if you look at the basic systems, other than crafting and repair, scanning's the last one we have. I guess knocking somebody out, but I think you can technically disable somebody now. The system's in place. You just need the weapons to be able to, tase somebody down and then like arrest them. But that system's already something they've been working on too. Restraints are something they have. It's likely for Squadron initially, but it's something they've been working on for a while, and they've kind of put the brakes on the restraint system because they need to have scanning working for everything to work. So Nyx holds a lot of memories for me. It was the first place I landed my freelancer, the moment where I thought this game's going to be crazy. Yeah. Question: multiple systems mean data runner missions soon after? I think they need to get the resource system in, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if data running missions come in around the same time as smuggling missions, like more detailed smuggling missions.
You can take away my spaceship.
Maybe next year, maybe 2 years.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Oh, yes, the bondage skill, right? The skill system.
The first tasty just resubscribed for 38 months for the law.
Thank you so much for that. 38 months there, First Tasty. You're a very important pubber. Very impressive, Mr. Vanny pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Have they ever discussed the idea of a wandering trader? Yes. Yes, they have. It was in a monthly report 2 years ago, and it confused the fuck out of me. Not only was it a monthly report of them talking about a wandering trader, they were talking about like working on the AI behavior of a wandering trader. It was just like, what? Because like what they were just talking about was a trader that would wander around an area and get your attention and then take you back to their ship to sign the deal. So you would like go into a town, and there would be a guy there who would like they called it the Barker tech, which is where like, who wants some noodles sort of thing, would wave you over and be like, hey, do you want a good deal? Come with me, and they'll lead you back to their ship, and then they will sell you your thing. I think what happened was that was originally being designed for the Banu Merchantman being released, and then the Banu Merchantman was shelved, so they stopped working on it. Have a good night there, Arch. Thanks for hanging out. You know, scanning plus restraints plus quantum rework means bounty hunting 2.0. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was kind of emphasizing on. Soren. This holds a lot of memories for me in the first place. No, Luna. You could land on Levski, Delamar. Soren's talking about Delamar. So Nyx holds a lot of memories because the only place that is actually ever built by Nyx, or that it actually matters on Nyx in terms of your average player, is Delamar. Oh. That's really cool, but I meant more of like of similar to Zur from Destiny, the idea of a rare trader that shows up randomly and has to be tracked down for exotic wares. I could see something like that in CIG. For CIG. I think if they want to probably deal with the dynamic economy first, because that seems like there's to be something that would be dealt with by Quantum, or like a virtual NPC. That was 3.0.4, right? Delamar, I mean? Yeah, something like that. If they had a Banu named Maik, I would lose my mind. CIG, please. Do it. You know you want to. A Banu trader named Maik. And you can do it Maik. You know, like the other things. Please. 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 I miss those old Fly Here Patrol missions. I do too. They have a basic model for Banu, but it's not really a good one. Maik has wares if you have credit. Yeah, it was a basic 3D model, though. It wasn't rigged or anything like that. Do you think we'll be able to travel freely in Banu and Geon space, or is it going to be a rep customs passport thing? Yes and no. I think it'll be a big deal, but I think that's going to be a major release for CIG when that happens. So you're saying a Titan suit is closer than the Banu? Yes. Yes, I'm saying the Titan suit is closer than the Banu. There are only 2 rigged aliens. This is going to sound weird, but it's the Vanduul and the Xi'an. CIG was mentioning that they were starting to rig Xi'an models like 3 years ago. Now, it's clear that whatever they're doing with the rigging for the Xi'an models, it has nothing to do with the Xi'an being playable or even interactable in the game. It was very basic shit. So my guess is it's probably not something we will see until after Squadron is released. The Gladiator is so forgotten, CIG is going to forget to test it in engineering. That's the second time you made that joke, Fishy. I mean, we've seen the Vanduul in the trailers for a while. Well, the Vanduul are part of Squadron, like That's key. But the Xi'an, we haven't seen any indication that the Xi'an are in Squadron. So if they're rigging them up, they're maybe in Squadron, but I doubt we're going to see like interactable Xi'an in Squadron. It'd be hilarious if the Hadesians ended up being cat people. Hey, Nubs. What madness are you trying to escape, Nubsley? Are you trying to escape Elden Ring? I don't think we'll see actual alien-controlled space for another decade. And no, I'm not being negative. I just being realistic, as the work you need to go into is massive. I think it's important to also remember that there is a difference. The actual content to make alien tech and alien stuff isn't that much. CIG could probably do it in a year or so. And with multiple teams working on multiple aliens. It's not impossible. It's not something that's going to take a long time. The reason why we have this idea that it takes CIG forever to do everything has to do with the fact that everything they've been doing so far, a lot of it is basic shit. It's like the game hasn't even finished its final like iteration. Basic technology that's required for the game to function isn't in the game yet. And even with 4.0, most of the technology won't be finished yet. It's just the framework is done. The difference between static meshing and dynamic one meshing is a backend feature that turns off the servers when no one's there. And the difference between dynamic one and dynamic two is a algorithm or tool or something that spins up and spins down servers dynamically. But the actual process of communicating between servers, of servers communicating to a backend, the backend communicating back to the servers, is the same. There might be some improvements in logic or in coding so that that'll improve the overall quality of it, so make it faster, more responsive, but the actual basic framework is the same, as far as I know. So if that's the case, there really isn't any more technology that needs to be put in that's going to affect how players play the game, which means that the people who are designing content and adding content to the verse no longer have a bottleneck. They don't have to wait until server meshing is done so that they can figure out what the systems they need to put into the server meshing tech to make sure that their basic, the firing the gun can work between servers. So they don't longer have to, they're no longer constrained, or they're no longer sitting on the bench waiting for things to happen. It just happens. That they know their limits. They know the sandbox that they're building in, and they can start building in that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see CIG hit the fucking gas after 4.0, but I do think that next year is going to be a lot more content added than this year, and the year after that will be much more content than the previous year. That's why I think we'll probably see 2 systems next year. I know it's a bold prediction, and I probably am wrong, but I think CIG is going to try to push themselves to get at least 1 system out before mid-year next year, and then probably another system out the end of the year. Very bold. I'll just say it's much more relaxing listening to you and talk about the game lore than it is listening to mud flinging and leave it here. Oh, that. Yeah, I intentionally streamed during this time period because I didn't want to listen to that. The art assets done are going to take them a while, not just ships. But building infrastructure, etc., it just means the process of building the systems will need to be different from what we have now. It'll feel generic or samey. Everything's going to feel generic or samey in this game. After a certain point, you're going to see that. CIG is like any idea that CIG is going to make every single system be unique in terms of architecture and style is insane.
take away my space suit.
Space suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Shogi_HR just resubscribed for 7 months. Pop pipe.
Thank you so much there, Shogi, for that. Shogi HR for that 7 months of support. You're very important, power, very impressive, best of any pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, they're using some AI tools for Planetech V5 to speed that up. But like, let me give you kind of a context. How do you know the difference between the New York skyline and the London skyline? What makes it different? Landmarks. Exactly. But what's the difference between a London skyscraper and a New York skyscraper? They're concrete blocks with windows that go up high. There's very little definition except for maybe color and window tint and maybe some slight architectural differences, but at a distance, you're not going to be able to tell the difference between any of them. Yeah, the postcode. It's sad. It says weird things. So what CIG is going to do is all of the systems in the game that have landing zones are going to have almost identical like buildings. And those buildings are going to look very the same. The difference is going to be a landmark, a big building like Terra Tower in Prime City, or I think it's called Prime City in Prime, and is a unique aspect. The gigantic tower in Microtech, the center, or New Babbage, the giant tower that I think that's the apartments, isn't it? The one that has like the slit between it. The Hurston, it's called Central Business District, the CBD, or Central. It's called Central, actually. That's the name of that tower. It's just Central. So the giant triangle tower is Central. ArcCorp Area 18 has the giant tower as well. Each landing zone will have its own landmark, a big item that will identify it as a different from something else. Taste. What I mean is that if your alien settlements look and feel like a reskin of human ones, it'll just feel like curvy Stanton. I think they will end up being the architecture is going to flow from their ship's architecture, and CIG already has concept art of the ship, of the items. So I think it's going to be a lot less. It's not going to be as hard to think to do kind of unique Banu and Xi'an architecture as you think. I think it'll end up being a lot easier because once they get the base, it'll just be copy pasta. I like that term though, curvy Stanton. But the technology that works for their buildings, the procedure, it's like procedural building interiors, what they're working on. That technology should fundamentally work with all buildings. It's just the matter of the modules you plug into it. That's Xi'an. Gitaka's Xi'an. Not enough modular parts? What do you mean? That being said, I don't think we're going to see a ton of Xi'an and Banu stuff for a while. I don't think it'll be a decade, but I do think it's going to be a while. I think CIG is going to mostly focus on planets and systems that they can do. Bend architecture, not enough modular parts. Chat didn't pick up both messages. Oh. I think it's just making the assets part. It's going to take a long time, as it still takes them a decent amount of time to create new assets that they can copy pasta. A lot of the reason why they do that, though, is because of they're not just building assets that they can copy pasta. They're building entirely new systems that govern them. Like a lot of the building interior stuff that they've been working on is because they're working on the building interior system that will dynamically populate building interiors all over a local area. And when they first release it, there's going to be 4. Like, it'll be a handful of actual interiors that they have. But over time, it'll speed up, like we've seen with ships and with weapons and armor. Like, we're at the point where weapons and armor get released at such a new, like a quick pace that people don't even realize that new weapons and armor are added in some patches. I feel like I'm being stupid, or are we gonna be able to buy persistent apartments in landing zones? So it's a complicated answer, because the short answer is they're planning on it. The long answer is we have no fucking idea how they're going to do it. But if you take A and B and you put them together, you might get C. Landing zones exist, and they want us to purchase land, like apartments. Dynamic building interiors are something they want to do, and the way that they've described dynamic building interiors isn't just putting rooms inside buildings, but kind of procedurally generating entire cities. So if they're going to procedurally generate entire cities with transportation systems that you can get to different locations, like going to these different buildings, roads and underground passageways to get into these locations, then it's, goes to show you, it leads to the idea that CIG is building interiors so that players can actually buy their own apartments inside the game, inside procedurally generated cities. I wouldn't say that these cities are going to be very complicated or very interesting. They're going to be a lot of copy and pasted assets. We'll probably see the same fucking plaza 1,000 times in the game for a certain location. But this is where I'm going to kind of pull back a little bit and explain. One of the reasons why we have procedural landing as it is because of, I thought it was 2. I think it's 2. I'd have to look it up again, but when I did some research on this, I believe it was 2 members of Crytek who did a demo where they built a tool that procedurally generated an entire city in CryEngine. They did a GDC talk about their working with this tool, because the idea was that they could just plug in some numbers and create a gray box city from nothing using the CryEngine. As long as they had the right parameters in there, it would just plop it up. And the reason why they were doing this presentation was because they wanted to use this as a tool that they could implement in the CryEngine itself in order to sell the CryEngine to more people, to get people to use the CryEngine. Like, hey, you don't need to go buy asset packs for buildings. You can just use this tool, plug it in, and boom, you got yourself a procedurally generated city that you can then kind of tweak and modify as you need to, but no longer do you need to spend hours and hours and hours working on this. That was its sort of pitch. Crytek stopped paying those people, and at least one of them worked for CIG. And that one person was the person who ended up building procedurally generated planets and landable planets. That person is responsible for it. Or like one person of those 2. So I wouldn't put it past CIG to be using that same idea and some of those same tricks that that person learned to build dynamic building interiors. Because it seems like what they're doing is not really doing building interiors, they're building dynamic cities. Because the landing zone concept comes from when Star Citizen was Freelancer 2, where you had a cutscene, you landed on a planet, and then you had a little small area where you could socialize, get missions, get equipment, and leave. That idea for Star Citizen has it's gone. That doesn't exist in Star Citizen anymore because of dynamically landing planets. So, dynamic planet landing. So, like, landing zones doesn't make any sense as much because it's kind of restrictive and limiting. Paul Berserker 1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? How is Soul Voices? It's Soul Voices, right? I'm just talking about, like, this is, I do want to put a caveat. This is all me reading information, reading the tea leaves, as it were. I'm looking into it and making suppositions based off of evidence the CIG has left us. Doesn't necessarily mean that they are going this way. It does seem like they're going this way based off everything they've said, though. Soul Talk. Thank you. How'd it go? What are they going to do when Squandered 404 is released? Are they going to add those systems to the to the PU? Probably. Though, because it takes place before the Star Citizen universe, I could see Odin requiring a little bit of changes. Though they have done a lot of work on Odin, so I think the big work on Odin is done. So it's just a matter of adding it in there. And there is a jump point from Nyx to Odin. So Nyx is the logical next option, and then if Squadron 42 is released next year, as I think it will probably be, then Odin is right the fuck there. Nyx to Odin. Bingo, bango, bongo. You're done. Was that helmet different? No. Tea leaf, your question? I mean, as I just did. There's content in Squadron which is transformable to Star Citizen. Like, I don't think Vega, for instance, is going to go in there. Hey, Ryan. How's that going? It's going good. We're kind of coming to the end of it shortly. We've got about like 15, 20 minutes. I'm ending a little bit early because I want to get the latest lore video I've been working on done. I want to get some sleep as well. Renting might be a better money sink. It could be, for sure. Halves are the start. Land claims in these base buildings is mid-game, player-made. Cities, end-game. Yeah. Sleep is overrated. Well, I've been getting up at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning and, you know, lifting weights and going for a walk and doing normal human things. And tomorrow, the screen kind of brings it up this. Tomorrow, I am starting my, what is it? What do I call it again? It's my pubathon. So at the end of the month, I always do longer streams just because I like hanging out and doing longer streams. But it's a good way of raising money because I'm going to CitizenCon and it's expensive. I've already got enough money for all the basics, but it's things like food and travel expenses, like any kind of Uber or any kind of public transit, you know, that sort of thing. But mostly just fun to hang out and stream for 8 hours plus. So how this is going to work tomorrow is I'll get up in the morning, starting about 9 a.m. Eastern, so about 6 a.m. Pacific, and I'll be streaming me playing Star Citizen and maybe something else for at least 8 hours. So I'll go from 8 to like 4 or 5. But the longer, I'll go longer depending on people donating, subscribing, and so on and so forth. And we'll end up going to a maximum of 16 hours. If we hit 16 hours, I will end the stream at 16 hours, which is midnight my time, so like 1 a.m. Eastern. And then I will go to sleep and then wake up the next day, and I'll do another 8 hours. So even if we only do 8 hours on Friday, I'll be bright and early on Saturday to do more 8 hours of work. And if we go longer, we go longer. Originally, I was going to do 3 days, but I've got to prepare because I've got a trip next week where I'm going to visit my family. So I need to get some time to go buy stuff. So yeah. So for those of you who have to work on Friday, I will be available to help you out and be there to hang out with you for 8 hours tomorrow. Minimum 8 hours. And on Saturday too. And we're also going to be doing Saturday, we'll be doing Captain's Table. Not yet.
Hey, a tip.
Gonzo 209 tipped $50. Get some double dogs at Citizen Con.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that $50. That's tomorrow, Gonzo. Gotta do it tomorrow. So it goes longer. You got to work at the moment. Don't worry, Jeremiah. There's nobody behind you. Don't look behind you. Just don't. Thank you. This is the relaxation needed after a day of Farm Sim 25 rice paddy speculation live streams. Are you serious? Oh, what's the theme for the Captain's Table? I don't know. We haven't talked about it, but I do want to, I'll do confirm tomorrow for the people because we do have a schedule. And it's Victoria and... Angry PC Tech. So yes, Angry PC Tech and Victoria. So I don't know. We might talk a little bit about 3.24 if we can. But yeah. Yeah, Rice is coming in Farm Sim in next game. Neat. Angry Pete Tech. Angry PD Tech, yeah. It's weird that it's getting wound up because of like Rice being added into the game being a stressful thing. It's like all I'm doing is like theory crafting here today. Actually serious. Asian map confirmed for the first time in 16 years of Farm Sim. And that's been like a serious like build up. Man. Too long didn't read the whole thing. Effectively what I'm saying is CIG is gonna likely start increasing the amount of things that are happening in the game, and more things will be coming along, or like things will be made faster as the game comes out. We've already seen CIG produce content faster every year, especially when they have, a year that starts or ends with a major tech insert. It's usually the year after or shortly after that patch that things start getting massively implemented. So. With that, though, yeah, that's the deal. So I may stream on Sunday. I don't know yet if I will stream on Sunday because I may need to take that day off. But I will also let you all know that when I come back from my vacation after the 4th, so the 7th, I think. Yeah, the 7th. The 7th in the AM, I will start Hot Mech Summer. That's right. hot mech summer is starting next week. And it was 2 weeks. So how this is going to work is I will be playing a mecha game of some kind that's going to be super tiny. So I'll play like a tactics game or like those sorts of things. Nothing major. And then on Fridays, I'll be doing like on Friday, that first Friday, I'll be doing MechWarrior 5 with Loken, and I'll try to grab QPan, and I got a bunch of people in there. And on, I think that Sunday, I'll be doing my Titanfall stream. I may have to delay it for a week after that because of something that came up recently. Front Mission 3 on the PS, is it on? It has to be on the has to be on PC. I can't right now. So that you think that in 2 to 3 years we're gonna have T1 of every kind of loop, or is it going to be a few finished loops? In 2 to 3 years we'll probably have all of the loops done in terms of like the initial implementation of them. Still can't find Blue Gender. That's been one of the problems that has been removed from a lot of things. I think you can find it on Amazon, but you may have to find other means of acquiring it because it may just not be available. How are the mesh tests looking? It's been going good. I will say as we're wrapping up here, mesh testing has been great. I did the mesh test on Friday, and it was really good. I was played for several hours. I had a couple of crashes, but those crashes were recovered, flew around. Performance was great. The average performance, I would say, would be 20 to 25 FPS, even with really like slammed servers. Still got some weird things where like if you cross a server boundary in a certain direction, so like if you're in a planet and you leave the planet, when you transfer out into the space sections, you actually get pulled out of quantum. So it's weird like that. You have to like kind of re-spool and stuff, and all of the missions were broken and stuff like that. But it was using the older build. They're doing A/B testing. So they have a build that they know works, and they're testing a bunch of different configurations for server meshing using that build. I wouldn't be surprised if next week we see more testing. So Xenogears, I'll look at whatever. Just send me lists. Send me lists, chat, on YouTube, or on YouTube, on boy, if you're on YouTube options, that's fact, YouTube comments. But on Discord or other things, let me know so I can write those down for the mech stuff. But there's good news. I have good news, and I was just contacted before the stream about it, so I don't want to talk about it yet because it's not confirmed. But that's why I may have to push back the lore video on Titanfall, and then of course the Titanfall 2 charity stream. It'll likely be not the originally. I thought it was going to be like the 10th, and then maybe like the 14th. The Titanfall 2 video might come out on the 17th, and then the stream might be on the 21st. So, Captain's Table still during next summer. That's the plan. I've got the 20th. I've actually got set up for. We're going to talk about server meshing on the 20th. I've got currently for July 20th for Captain's Table. I have Tree 0311 and Space Tomato to sit down and talk about server meshing. I don't have anyone for the 13th yet, but I'll figure something out. But yeah, I don't want to talk about it, Moo. Well, it's one of those things where it's not confirmed yet. It's just a possibility. So you'll learn more soon. All right. With all of that being said, I've been streaming for 4 hours, which is plenty. I need to take some time, get that video done that I got to get done for all of you people who are Astro Historian members and Patreons. And that'll be released next Wednesday for everybody else. Originally it was supposed to be this Wednesday, but things got crazy, so got to put it next Wednesday. I will say after that Wednesday, Wednesday the 10th, I had an idea. I was struck by inspiration. You're going to get a nice long video. And the theme that I have chosen is the important ships of the UEE Navy. So like the named ships, the ships that we have names for, their deeds, what they did, all sorts of things. There's a lot of them actually in lore. A lot of cool ones too. So it should end up being about 30 to 40 minutes. So that'd be cool. Things like the Achilles, everyone's favorite Perseus, the GQ-12, the Good Queen 12, for the Carrack, the Integrity for the cruiser. I think what else would we have up there? The Stanton, the Warhammer, Uranus, Eurectum. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in black.